Что такое Zioforum?
Shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta-katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Zioforum — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра Zioforum проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Zioforumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Zioforum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Zioforum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Zioforum может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
We all know that 2020 hasn't become an easy year for all mankind. So especially the biggest problem of nowadays that people getting unemployed day by day. And the pandemic has affected all segments of population, including poorly provided population too. It's not coincidence that the people who earn on daily basis has affected by this situation too. From the business side, we want to provide people with a good, cheap food. As we know, workers usually order for a lunch from fast foods and from restaurants, but the restaurant foods are expensive for daily eating. So we want to help people and provide them with a cheap and quality food with the help of our platform and our good cook. Overall, with our platform, we want to show that women have a lot of opportunities around them to find their place in this world.
Что такое Зеофорум?
Bu shunday emaskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. Faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Зеофорум может приходить любой желающий. Если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
На пороге новой научно-технической революции. Каждый день пользователи, устройства и бизнес создают все больше и больше данных в сети. Чтобы быть на передовой со всем миром, мы работали над созданием самых инновационных дата-центров в Казахстане. Центры обработки данных от Транстелеком – это комплексное технологическое решение, которое поможет оптимизировать внутренние бизнес-процессы вашей компании и снизит существенные затраты на IT. Ведь наша цель – обеспечивать цифровое благосостояние нашим клиентам. Ваш партнер по цифровизации – Транстелеком.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the ninth largest in the world. For centuries, the Great Kazakh Steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and its largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Aizhan University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Aizhan University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Aizhan University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Aizhan University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Добро пожаловать в цифровую образовательную экосистему Multiplanet. Это цифровой помощник учителя, ученика и родителя в достижении лучших результатов в учебе. Задача экосистемы – создать условия для персонализированной модели образования для каждого ребенка. Стержнем платформы является библиотека цифровых уроков в формате увлекательных анимационных и видеообъяснений, симуляторов и тренажеров, а также разных по сложности интерактивных заданий. Это позволяет системе адаптировать процесс обучения под каждого ученика. Контент платформы представляет собой синтез лучших мировых разработок, локализованных на казахский и русский языки в полном соответствии с требованиями действующих ГОСУ и обновленной учебной программы. Ключевым элементом экосистемы является модуль онлайн-мектеп, разработанный в партнерстве с Назарбаев интеллектуальной школы. Содержание онлайн-мектеп состоит из 24 тысяч цифровых уроков и более полумиллиона заданий, разработанных лучшими учителями ниш. Цифровой обучающий контент покрывает все 37 предметов с 1 по 11 классы на казахском и русском языках. В настоящее время на платформе зарегистрировано 2 миллиона 900 тысяч пользователей, 300 тысяч из которых являются учителями. За 2020-2021 год на платформе было проведено более 350 миллионов онлайн-уроков, выполнено 2 миллиарда 500 тысяч заданий и упражнений. Платформа облегчает организацию учебного процесса с помощью автоматизации рутинной работы учителя, освобождая время для творческой и индивидуальной работы с детьми. Благодаря платформе учитель получает доступ к готовым поурочным планам, автоматизирует домашние задания, легко формирует учебные планы и расписание, может создавать свои собственные материалы, используя встроенный конструктор. Также в рамках единой экосистемы учителя получают доступ к актуальным курсам повышения квалификации и профессионального роста. В свою очередь, ученики на платформе видят свой прогресс в реальном времени. Помимо этого, на платформе реализована функция геймификации, позволяющая ученикам получать бонусы и поощрения за достижения в учебе. С нового учебного года родители также имеют свои профили на платформе онлайн-мектеп, которые показывают прогресс ученика в динамике. Кроме того, родительский профиль позволит получать не только данные об успехах в учебе, но и уведомления о местонахождении и безопасности ребенка. Экосистема включает в себя функционал цифрового репетиторства, онлайн-библиотеку с крупнейшей коллекцией электронных аудиокниг, функции автоматизации школьных процессов, систему подготовки к казахстанским и международным тестам, а также платформу дошкольного обучения. Multiplanet – качественное образование, доступное всем.
Once upon a time, in the northern hemisphere of the third planet from the Sun, a new virtual universe called the Metaverse was born. Unlike most metaverses, which were just 3D online games, the Metaverse was created with the goal of expanding work and leisure opportunities for its countless inhabitants. All of them, using personal digital avatars, could communicate, develop their own businesses, and earn money from NFTs, staking, events, and more. Their home in the boundless Metaverse was the first digital space station, Phenom Station 1, which served as a testing ground for launching innovative technologies, testing new mechanics, and getting to know the possibilities of the metaverse. The new inhabitants of Phenom Station 1 began their acquaintance with the station, finding themselves in the first of 4 global spaces called the Forum. Being at Phenom's disposal, it became available to all users of the metaverse. Once here, the user and his avatar get presented with the view of the giant hall of the station, a place of fateful meetings, large-scale get-togethers, and celebrations of common victories. Also, on the foreign territory, there are beautiful halls for events and talks by famous speakers, rooms for business meetings, as well as auditoriums for teaching the fundamentals of the economic structure. But one of the main attractions of the forum space has become a unique NFT gallery. This is a multimedia room for showcasing, buying and selling digital art, which is the main crypto trend of our time. Unlike marketplaces where NFTs have been gathering dust for years on forgotten web pages, Here, art objects appear before viewers and buyers in full glory, like masterpieces in the best museums of the world. But NFTs in the Phenom Metaverse are not just pretty pictures that can be profitably stored or sold. There are valuable digital assets with which each user can purchase functional territories on Phenom Station 1 and other exclusive objects of the Metaverse. But let's take it one step at a time.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation. Sakensi Folin Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Paritech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at a session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Vivek Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Vivek Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья! Я рада приветствовать.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to welcome you to the fourth day of Nobel Fest. We are broadcasting today from Tashkent. Get connected. If you want to use our Meta Universe, please upload the app and you will be able to join us through Meta Universe. You will be able to watch us using your avatars. We are opening the fourth year, and now I would like to give the floor to Bobur Farmanov, Director of the Fund for Science and Education Development, and Miss Aripzhanova from Coca-Cola. Good afternoon and a warm welcome from Tashkent. I would like to welcome the participants and the guests to the Nobel Fest, and I'm glad to open today our forum. And last year, the Nobel Fest has united almost 500,000 people from different countries, higher educational institutions and companies, and we've been inspired to be a partner of such a large-scale event in science, education, and technology. And with this, I would like to complete my boring speech and ask our viewers, we have volunteers, we have students, young experts with us. Guys, would you tell me, please, how this festival is going to influence upon you? Why have you gathered here today? It is a great thing to be smart, yes. Well, there are lots of positive features of such events as the Nobel Fest. However, I think that the technology and science have to become a trend, and only by doing so, this is going to be a foundation for the future. I think this is something that unites us and Coca-Cola. Is it a trend to be clever? Yes, to know everything about the space, EFD, blockchain, the meta universe. It is a fashion to be with Coca-Cola. We're glad to do this thing together. And I have Aripzhanova, who is the public relations and communications manager of Coca-Cola. Nazi, welcome. And we're very glad to have the festival to be so expanded, and for your support to the students. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Let me, on behalf of Coca-Cola, to thank the organizers of Nobel Fest in Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Zia Foundation in Uzbekistan, and the foundation helps out our students to open up new horizons. And I would like to greet those who have joined us online and those who are with us in the studio in Tashkent. So you asked the question, you know, it is a fashion, it is a trend to be clever. My question to you is, how to, you know, remain fashionable and remain in trend if you're 135 years old? Well, you know, you keep being in trend for the entire life, so it's not going to be a hard task. Well, in fact, our real magic, the magic of a moment, is the answer to this question lies within our mesh and refresh the world and make the difference. This is the logo of Coca-Cola. We try to refresh the world, and we're sure that acting together, we may change this world for the better. And yes, indeed, the theme of our festival this year is something that our Zoomers have proposed. They went beyond our universe and they lead the world in a completely different direction, which we are not aware of. And the meta universe is limitless. It does not have any geographic boundaries. It provides lots of opportunities to communicate with the others. And Coca-Cola was inspired with the concept of meta-universe, and we have invented our NFT collection devoted to the Day of Friendship. That was celebrated on the 20th of June of 2021. It was not only important to produce NFT for us, but to merge NFT with the basic values of Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is 135 years old, and we have something to share with the meta universe. And we would like to share our vision through the iconics of our brand. On the 30th of July of 2021, we sold our collection at OpenSea market, and the auction lasted for 72 hours, and the entire sum that we have collected was given to Special Olympic International. This foundation supports those with disabilities who want to do sports, and we would like to share this moment together, even though the moment belongs to the meta universe, because the real magic is at the moment when we share the magic. And NFT owner received a gift. It was a fridge, a retro fridge made in Italy, filled with Coca-Colas, and this is how we merged together the meta universe and the real life. And just a couple of days ago, we have produced the first Coca-Cola from meta universe to the reality, and the digital version of the pixel-based drink appeared in Fortnite, and it is a small meta-universe. Let us play a game together, and each one of you who knows about NFT, blockchain, and meta-universe and Coca-Cola may actually win a prize. 10 prizes will be provided in the studio, and we will send one gift for the online viewers who will ask the most interesting question. Well, actually, I would like to set the regulations. Let us actually count those answers given to the mic. All right, deal. And the studio, are you ready? Yes, the studio is ready. The floor is yours. Yes, as I briefed you about NFT Coca-Cola, it will be logical to develop my question in this area. So the question sounds like the following. So what are the 4 subjects that were included into the first collection of Coca-Cola NFT collection? It was the gift of the box of friendship, and there was a jacket that was produced by Coca-Cola back in 1950s. There were also some gift cards. And as far as I remember, there was a visual platform for the music. Wow, you impressed us. Well, I thought that there would be some incorrect answers, but you answered up front. Could you tell me who you are? I'm very pleased to meet you. Could we please look at the screen? Thank you. You were absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The items that were sold back then. Yes, and I do have a question. What does stand for NFT? Does anybody even know? What does it mean? Non-fungible token. Great. Let's look at the right answer. There you go. Yes, non-fungible token. You're absolutely right. Perfect. The next question is from me. What was the amount Coca-Cola sold its first collection with an NFT? Gentlemen, to my left. 175,000 US dollars. Let's check it out. Where do you know it? That was an incorrect answer, actually. Well, roughly, more or less. Yes, yes. Yeah, 575,000, actually. I think that you will get the prize, definitely. Thank you. I also do have a question. So what technologies serve as a basis for meta-universe? Frankly, I don't know the answer. So it's up to you to answer. Okay, so what technologies serve as a basis for meta-universe? So the foundation for the meta-universe. My name is Nagipar. I think it is net and hardware infrastructure. Let's check it out. I don't know if I'm right or not. Wow, yes, you were absolutely right. So Nazi, it is your turn. Well, I'm afraid actually to ask question from our audience. You know, I think that they know much better. Let's go back to Coca-Cola. In what series Coca-Cola started selling drinks for cryptocurrency? Wow. My name is Abdullah. As far as I'm concerned, it was back in Australia and New Zealand. Do we have a look at the screen? Wow, yes, indeed, Australia and New Zealand. Even I didn't know it until a certain time, up until recently. Yes, Nazia, you knew the right answer, I have no doubt. So my question, how much was Bitcoin when it just appeared to this world? I think it was $112 as far as I'm concerned. Hold on a sec. Any more options from the audience, please, the lady? As far as I'm concerned, back in 2009, when the mining of cryptocurrency just started, there was no market. So technically it cost, the amount was $0, zero US dollars, because of no market of cryptocurrency. Any more options? Good afternoon. As far as I'm concerned, it was very, very cheap. I don't think that it was $0, perhaps $2 or $3 was the initial price. Okay, let's look at the screen. You were absolutely right. It was $0 US. You impressed me much. And the next question is about NFT. How much the most popular NFT art project was? I guess it was 100,000 US dollars. Any more options, please? So 100,000 US dollars. Good guess. I think it was 69 million, and the title was The First 5,000 Days. And his name, the name of the author was Mike Winkemer. Well, that was an exact answer. Yes, indeed. Beeple was the author of the first NFT art piece. Oh, well, I don't understand much, you know, although I'm not beyond 30. I don't have thorough knowledge about NFT and Bitcoin. But look, you know, those who are much younger, they understand everything. Yes, that's why you are not a Zoomer. Perhaps you're right. Well, what is the max price of Bitcoin? The max, you know, what was the maximum price? As far as I'm concerned, it was 67,700. Yes, 67.777 US dollars. You repeated the last option. And the gentleman to my left, please. It was 69,000 US dollars. And I could see the expert in cryptocurrency. What is your opinion? How much was it? Perfect, 80,000. Well, let's look at the screen and check it out. 67,777 US dollars. That was an absolute record. All right. So, Nazi, so what shall we do with the previous answer? I think we will share the gift with the expert who thinks that that was a different price tag. The one who said that it was 69,000. Okay, thank you. Let it be so. Isn't it so cool to have expert in the studio who could actually give corrections to your opinion? The next question is very interesting. So, what was the first book to mention about the meta universe, please? As far as I'm concerned, if I'm not mistaken, it was the book of Gnostics, which was called The War of the Worlds. I don't know who the author was, but that was the title. Interesting opinion. Are there any options? I actually read the article about NFT, and it was the science fiction called The Snowstorm. Good. Let's look at the screen and check it out. Yes, snow crash, a snowstorm. Yeah. And I would like to complete the Q&A session. And the last question that I have for you is, when did Facebook announce the establishment of Meta Universe? When did Facebook make this announcement? Good afternoon. It was on the 27th of July of 2021. Any more options, please? Let's have a look. Yes, indeed. It was on that very date, and the last prize is going to be provided to our online viewers. Those who watch us online will have this gift for the best question to the speaker. And Nazim, can we please discuss the sessions that we are going to be having today? And the experts talk about the blockchain, the NFT, and we will be able to get more knowledge about how the systems could be built within blockchain. Is it possible to commercialize the digital arts? We will find out everything thoroughly about NFT, and then we will travel to the space, and the completing session is going to be devoted to the meta universe. I think that in the 21st century, especially taking into account COVID-19, that has demonstrated that it is very, very hard to be together and to stay together offline. The meta universe may perhaps open up the new horizons for the offline communications, and we will be able not to only hold large-scale conferences, we could be able to make contracts online for the digital avatar to be in contact, and the world is going to be changing completely. And can we give the floor to the next speaker and announce the new session? Yes, I think that we can do that. Let's do that. So keep a track of us. Today is a very intensive day of the Nobel Fest. So stay with us. And the next session is called The New Generation of Blockchain. What's next? A very, very interesting question. So keep a track. And the session is gonna commence after a short break. The break is the advertisement. So those who will be in studio, please stay with us. It's going to be many more interesting information, and we will have many more gifts. So please don't hesitate to ask your questions from the offline speakers, and you may ask your questions
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation, Sakensi Folin Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agrotechnical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at the session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
Что такое Зиофорум?
Bu shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta-katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Зиофорум — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра Зиофорум проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Zioforumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Zioforum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Zioforum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Зиофорум может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
Мир меняется. Мы на пороге новой научно-технической революции. Каждый день пользователи, устройства и бизнес создают все больше и больше данных в сети. Чтобы быть на передовой со всем миром, мы работали над созданием самых инновационных дата-центров в Казахстане. Центры обработки данных от Транстелеком – это комплексное технологическое решение, которое поможет оптимизировать внутренние бизнес-процессы вашей компании и снизит существенные затраты на IT. Ведь наша цель – обеспечивать цифровое благосостояние нашим клиентам. Ваш партнер по цифровизации – Транстелеком.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and it's the largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Awezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Aizhan University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Aizhan University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Aizhan University, that has united history and modernity, today prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Самая передовая учебная программа в мире по инновациям и технологиям, безусловно, лучшая в мире.
Для всех, кому интересно, как меняется мир и как технологии могут изменить его к лучшему.
Я Вивек Вадхва, и я преподаю в ряде самых выдающихся университетах мира, включая Гарвард, Стэнфорд, Университет Карнеги Меллон, Университет Сингулярности, Университет Эмори и Калифорнийский университет в Беркли.
Меня зовут Тарун Вадхва. Я являюсь научным сотрудником факультета политологии Университета Эмори и Центра геотехнологий Атлантического совета.
Что представляют собой экспоненциальные инновации? Это целый ряд технологий, в основе которых лежит взрывной рост от искусственного интеллекта, цифровизации, роботов, датчиков до квантовых компьютеров. Созданная нами с Таруном учебная программа предназначена для молодых студентов, обучающихся как по программам бакалавриата, так и для магистранта. Мы также обучаем представителей бизнеса и генеральных директоров компаний с миллиардными оборотами по всему миру. В чем заключается магия Кремниевой долины? Чему здесь можно научиться? И каким образом предприниматели всего мира могут воспользоваться инновациями?
Экспоненциальные инновации – это лучший в мире ускоренный курс по изучению трендов в глобальных инновациях и предпринимательстве, который преподается для топ-менеджеров крупнейших компаний мира.
Не упустите возможность ознакомиться с передовыми технологиями и новыми инновационными методами. Узнайте о способах создания бизнеса с миллиардными оборотами и с триллионными доходами, которые улучшат жизнь человечества. Я Вивек Вадхва, и это мой Нобелевский курс.
Я Тарун Вадхва. И это мой Нобелевский курс.
We all know that 2020 hasn't become an easy year for all mankind. So especially the biggest problem of nowadays that people getting unemployed day by day. And the pandemic has affected all segments of population, including poorly provided population too. It's not coincidence that the people who earn on daily basis has affected by this situation too. From the business side, we want to provide people with a good, cheap food. As we know, workers usually order for a lunch from fast foods and from restaurants, but the restaurant foods are expensive for daily eating. So we want to help people and provide them with a cheap and quality food with the help of our platform and our good cook. Overall, with our platform, we want to show that women have a lot of opportunities around them to find their place in this world.
Once upon a time, in the northern hemisphere of the third planet from the Sun, a new virtual universe called the Phenom Metaverse was born. Unlike most metaverses, which were just 3D online games, the Phenom Metaverse was created with the goal of expanding work and leisure opportunities for its countless inhabitants. All of them, using personal digital avatars, could communicate, develop their own businesses, and earn money from NFTs, staking, events, and more. Their home in the boundless Phenom Metaverse was the first digital space station, Phenom Station 1, which served as a testing ground for launching innovative technologies, testing new mechanics, and getting to know the possibilities of the metaverse. The new inhabitants of Phenom Station 1 began their acquaintance with the station, finding themselves in the first of 4 global spaces called the Forum. Being at Phenom's disposal, it became available to all users of the metaverse. Once here, the user and his avatar get presented with the view of the giant hall of the station, a place of fateful meetings, large-scale get-togethers, and celebrations of common victories. Also, on the foreign territory, there are beautiful halls for events and talks by famous speakers, rooms for business meetings, as well as auditoriums for teaching the fundamentals of the economic structure. But one of the main attractions of the forum space has become a unique NFT gallery. This is a multimedia room for showcasing, buying and selling digital art, which is the main crypto trend of our time. Unlike marketplaces where NFTs has been gathering dust for years on forgotten web pages, here art objects appear before viewers and buyers in full glory, like masterpieces in the best museums of the world. But NFTs in the Phenom Metaverse are not just pretty pictures that can be profitably stored or sold. There are valuable digital assets with which each user can purchase functional territories on Phenom Station 1 and other exclusive objects of the metaverse. But let's take it one step at a time.
How blockchain technologies can be used in creating Web 3.0 and in creating games. Blockchain partner IBM, Anthony Day, will tell us about as co-founder and CEO of Longcast, Leni Andronikos, Beryl, co-founder of Yield Guild Games, Shokhrukh Mamadzhanov, blockchain expert, co-founder, will also be with us. Simon Trimborn, associate professor, Department of Management and Data Sciences, will be the moderator today.
Hi guys, my name is Simon, and I'm an assistant professor for business statistics at the City University of Hong Kong. I'm going to be your moderator today for our session on life in the digital and metaverse, and a particular subsession of it is called New Generation of Blockchain, What's Next? Personally, I started researching on blockchain cryptocurrencies already in 2014, and I focused my work on these topics ever since. Today, I'm joined by 4 experts in the area, as they were already introduced: Anthony Day, Leni Andronikos, Beryl, and Shokhrukh Mamadzhanov. Before we start into our discussion, let me just shortly address how I believe how the blockchain and the metaverse actually fit together. And then I would invite our panelists today to share their opinion on that, how they see it and how they actually also differ from my opinion. The metaverse is actually not a new term if you think about it, but recently it saw pretty much a new dawn. Take, for example, the currently ongoing pandemic. It forced us to bring many of aspects of our daily life into the digital space. For example, teaching moved online, or even meeting our friends moved online. Previously, you may have gone together to a restaurant, Now everybody's cooking at home, and then you're like meeting on Zoom and to catch up with your friends. And whenever there's something happening like this, something so disruptive, when innovation is needed, then it's indeed also happening much quicker than it would usually do, right? And at the same time, we already had like cryptocurrencies and blockchain out there, and they pretty much are aligned with this ecospace, right? And one topic of this particular field, which fits very well into the metaverse, if you ask me, are actually non-fungible tokens, so-called NFTs. Their introduction added a different angle into the metaverse. Let's just say you're part of some online network and you own now items on this platform. And then the record that you own these things is kept by the company organization who's running this platform, right? Now, but what happens when this platform actually vanishes? Your items, your ownership of it would all be gone. With NFTs, this is not really needed because the record that you own them is stored outside of this platform. And it would be possible to actually transfer these items into a different network. It would also be possible to own them simultaneously in different networks and use them there, right? And this is pretty much a major change in how we can own items in the digital world. Something like this was not existent before. However, of course, this is just one way how blockchain integrates into the metaverse. Well, this was just like my take on that, my quick introductory and little view on this. But let's ask our experts what they actually think about that. Because Anthony, Leni, Beryl, and Shokhrukh actually work in this area every day and design the metaverse. So let's see what they think. Anthony, would you mind introducing yourself shortly to our audience and share with us what the metaverse is for you and how blockchain fits into it from your perspective?
Hey, Simon, thank you for the great introduction. Hello, everybody. And I'm really, really happy to kind of be on a very esteemed panel with some very, very smart people doing some really incredible work out there. I feel very humbled to be in this company. My work or my experience is typically developing blockchain technology or decentralized technology for enterprises and governments. So I work a little bit further extracted so far in my career from those building the core of Web3. But there are a few principles that I think are important to understand here, as with any technology. Yes, Simon, as you described, the metaverse is being able to look at interoperability, to being able to allow people to hold, manage, control, accumulate digital assets, crypto assets, experience that goes across multiple platforms. It's about breaking down traditional silos, or as sometimes we call them, walled gardens, or platforms in which once you're there, it's the job of the platform to monetize and to profit from your participation as much as possible. Whereas the metaverse or Web3 in general, the point is about giving control back to individuals, about lowering the barriers to entry and to participation, whether that be financial participation, the ability to invest, the ability to create content yourself and benefit from that. What I would say that's super important here is that concepts like the metaverse or platforms that are borderless and interoperable still have to satisfy the fundamental need of helping us do the jobs we've always tried to do. So as individuals, that might be about learning. It might be about being able to communicate with others. It might be about being able to earn a wage. It might be about being able to interact and do the administration of our house, our accounts, our career, whatever it might be relating to travel. It might be relating to validating that we are who we say we are when is required in the jurisdiction we live. These are common needs for people since the dawn of time. We've always needed to do this. If the metaverse or the digital experience doesn't improve on that, or doesn't give us new experiences that are better than the reference we have today, it's going to struggle. So the critically important thing for me is that we have an understanding of the basic human needs that the technology is satisfying, and that we don't put the technology cart before the horse. What I think is super impressive, or that we've seen in the last few years, is that people who understand the technology's potential will go and demonstrate the art of the possible for us. We'll go and create experiences that exist in virtual reality. We'll show that something can work with AR or VR or whatever else it might be. That's super interesting, but maybe less relatable to people. But that's where they've chosen to start, or that's the use case they've chosen to prioritize. It's important for people to remember that the current interpretation of the metaverse or the current representations of that technology are just what we have today. And it's a very long journey, right? We're 40 years or 50 years into the internet. And look where we are now. Look what we've been able to do. Look at us talking internationally on a video call and being able to share experience around the world. You know, in 1995, that was certainly not the type of capabilities we were trying to do or the jobs that we were enabling with the internet. So some important considerations as we progress there from my side.
Thanks so much, Anthony. That was really insightful. You immediately said that, yeah, it's all about like what's also to come, and someone who is who's like building a company in that area and kind of shaping the future is Leni Andronikos. Leni, I'm wondering, what is your background? What is your company actually doing, and how does the metaverse relate to your mission?
Thank you, Simon, for the introduction, and very well said, Anthony. My name is Leni Andronikos. I am one of the co-founders and CEO of Logcast, which is a blockchain-powered social network built out of Stockholm in Sweden. So good morning to those of you in Europe, and good evening to everyone else around the world. I'm not sure how much you know about Stockholm, but we actually have the highest amount of unicorns per capita anywhere in the world, except for our friends over in Silicon Valley, of course. There was over $8 billion in capital deployed into Swedish startups last year alone. And the reason I'm telling you this is Sweden has been such a tech ecosystem for the last 20 years, and it was actually all bred out of a program here called the Hem-PC, which basically translates to home computer. In the late 90s, Sweden's government decided to give every single citizen in the country a free computer. And what this did was breed an entire generation of digital natives, programmers, developers. I mean, some of our unicorn founders were actually part of that as a kid. I know the founder of Klarna, which is the biggest fintech company based in Europe right now, received one of those free computers. And Stockholm and Sweden was actually very, played a big part in the first generation of the digital revolution. And I am such a believer that we are in the first stages of the next digital revolution now, which is all about blockchain and Web3. So we started Logcast here in Sweden because it was so important for us to have this Swedish DNA in the business. You know, we have connectivity, unicorns, music, streaming giants like our friends over at Spotify. So at Logcast, we absolutely take inspiration from all of these incredible companies, but we are kind of setting the technical and cultural foundations for the next era, specifically with social media. So we're actually one of the first decentralized or soon to be social networks in the world where we leverage the power of blockchain to give power back to creators. In terms of metaverse, I mean, I really struggle actually with getting into the hype and excitement around metaverse. I think it's a great first step, but what I'm personally very interested in is seeing us start to unlock the utility behind blockchain. Like, what actual differences can we make in our lives? And I think that's crucial to onboarding the next 2 billion people into crypto or blockchain as Web3, is actually finding utility whilst keeping it fun. So, I mean, metaverse, to me, my definition is basically being able to jump into any experience, whether it be digital or physical, and be able to have a personalized experience. For me, it's all about frictionless connectivity, which actually is our vision at Logcast, to help people share their lives without any friction through their AirPods. We're a voice-based social network, and be able to trade experiences with one another, their peers and their friends, and completely cutting out the middleman. So I'm excited, I'm optimistic, and I feel very lucky to be playing a part in this next digital revolution.
Thank you so much, Leni. That was a great introduction into what your company is doing, and thanks for sharing your view on the metaverse. You gave here a great keyword. It is about utility, right? What can we actually do with blockchain and what it's for? And quite often we have the feeling this technology is kind of still finding its way constantly new things coming up. And someone who is really building something in that area, a different form of utility, you can say so, is Beryl Lee from Yield Guild Games. Beryl, how about you share a little bit with us what your company is doing and how you guys integrate into the metaverse?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Great to see all of you. And yes, I'm Beryl, and I look after finance and legal, as well as some of operations at Yield Guild Games. Just a little bit about Yield Guild Games. We're structured as a decentralized autonomous organization. We are a gaming guild where our main activity is acquiring various gaming NFTs that's focused into play to earn. We buy gaming NFTs and we lend them out to our community of players. Most of our community of players are located in emerging markets. Yield Guild Games is 2 years old, and since we started during the pandemic, we've seen a surge in play to earn games, and that's because in 2021 there were lockdowns in the Philippines, and there was actually a community outskirts of Metro Manila that started downloading a game called Axie Infinity. And they started because they're unable to go to work, they're just locked down at home. But with the mobile phone and an internet connectivity, they're able to play the game with 3 Axies, like 3 NFTs, and they're able to earn in-game rewards in the form of a Smooth Love Potion or SLPs. They figured that they're able to cash out SLPs in exchanges for Philippine pesos or fiat, and they're able to buy, milk for their kids, food on the table, and that was actually the start of play to earn in the Philippines. Yield Guild Games actually acquire these NFTs and lend them out to players that are unable to provide that capital to be able to play the game. And with regards what we're doing, we're building platforms and technology to be able to be the platform for various gaming guilds and DAOs as well, and be able to really connect all of them through our guild management system and our social platform as well.
Thank you so much, Beryl, for introducing what you guys are doing there. I must say I'm quite excited about that. It's awesome to hear that you guys were like building this company in the middle of the pandemic. We're actually able to help people with that. Go around the hardship they were experiencing and making a difference. And at the same time, still also making sure that these people had some fun while doing that. So that's really quite something. Well, we are joined by a force expert, Shokhrukh Mamadzhanov. Hi to you. I understand that you are the co-founder of InvestMe, and you're in you're investing in various venture capital and also into the blockchain area. So I'm quite excited to hear what your take is. Like, why are you in the field? What are you guys doing? And what's your take on the metaverse and blockchain?
Приветствую, уважаемые коллеги.
Distinguished colleagues, I'm happy to greet you. Let me tell you a little bit about our company. We are working in consulting on blockchain technologies. Well, first of all, we provide services of financial literacy, and we raise awareness about cryptocurrencies, blockchain, metaverse, NFT. Our goal is to create such conditions for people so that they could have the knowledge about blockchain and so that they are able to invest in us and make money on that. And this is our help to people. We also introduce blockchain technologies in government agencies. We work with CIS countries, especially with Kazakhstan Blockchain KZ company, and we are dealing with creating metaverses and our cryptocurrencies. Now we are developing our own cryptocurrency. We are also doing our best to minimize and use for the better those drawbacks of mining that we all know about, so that the heat that the mining farms generate, so that this heat is used for the better and helps people. For example, we have a project where mining equipment is used for greenhouse production, and the cost of such food produced in greenhouses drops twice. There is also a project that we provided heating to a small village. We were able to provide heating in wintertime just through this mining farm, and the heating was provided to 12 villages. This is it. Thank you.
For sharing your views with us. Well, then, after all of our speakers are introduced and shared with us their views on the metaverse and told us what their company is actually doing, well, let's dig a little bit deeper. I'm quite interested to hear what is actually your take on the future of like social networks and how blockchain can provide their provide their like a way to lead into the future. Leni, you're working in that area, right? How about you tell us a little bit your take about that? What do you think?
Thank you, Simon. Absolutely. It is my greatest passion, is helping social media and social users kind of enter a new generation where the power is in their hands. For me, I've been using platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter for the last 10 years. If I want to leave those platforms, if I want to shut down my account, I can't take my pictures with me. I can't take my following with me. If I choose to leave, everything I've built up over the last 10 years is gone. The power with Web3 is that I'm actually able to own my content, own my data, and own my following. In Web2, which is like the last 10 years or so, we call that era Web2, we were all just renting our space on the internet, and we paid that rent in our privacy. With Web3, we're able to take back control of that. So I am so excited of the power of blockchain technology and how it's really contributing to the birth of a whole new suite of decentralized social networks.
Thank you so much for sharing. I totally agree with you. I had this issue a few times in the past that, yeah, when I switch platforms, everything is basically gone and you start from zero. So where's your timeline? So yeah, this is definitely something I would be interested in, to see like how I can transfer over into a different kind of platform. Beryl, how does the gaming industry relate to that? Can you is it already possible with, like, say for example NFTs, to transfer over items from like one game into the other and co-use them there instead of just using them in one game, say for example?
So for play-to-earn games, this is still something that needs to improve, the interoperability of NFTs. Although when we actually look at the technology, if let's just say it's built through an Ethereum like smart contract or like the same standard, technically it's actually possible to just like move your ERC, NFT from one gaming economy to another gaming economy. This is still something that we want to explore, or the games that we've actually supported are actually looking into exploring. Like right now, we see some games like Sandbox, for example, where you have like fashion NFTs. Like they've actually launched with Adidas, where some of your NFTs can actually just like buy these clothing lines, for example. And there are a number of fashion in the Web3 space that's actually looking into in secondary markets as well, in the metaverse.
Thank you for sharing. Something I guess many of our audience, including myself, are still a little bit wondering about is how exactly does actually this play to earn would work in the end of the day. What is the exact mechanism behind the platform you guys are constructing there?
Yes, so there are a number of genres coming out, but play to earn is if you actually spend time playing the game, then you're able to actually earn in-game rewards that could actually be converted into fiat or in the real world. Other genres right now is not just like playing, but you also have move to earn, you have learn to earn, where if you actually complete a certain lecture, for example, or complete certain tasks, then you're able to actually earn these in-game or these platform-related rewards.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anthony, what do you think about all of this? So like how can actually companies like integrate themselves into this kind of environment where things are like, basically also built by communities? How can they still be part of the industry when a social network could also be just built by the industry, or when just a community can build like a game and then implement play to earn? How can companies be part of that?
You took the words right out of my mouth. It's about how are things created by community, or those people who are going to benefit materially from whatever is created. Beryl gave us a wonderful example. What you can see there is you've got an organization that has capital that wants to accumulate NFTs, accumulate Axes in this case, right? I think the buy-in at one point to play Axie Infinity was about $250, which is definitely not lowering the bars to participation. But one of the interesting things that game did do is it allows for guilds, or it allows you to basically loan out or rent out your Axies. Now, while those assets are being used, they're accumulating experience, or they're accumulating skill points, or whatever else it might be, increasing the value of those particular tokens or those particular assets. And at the same time, the people playing the game are earning an amount of money, or earning crypto for participating. So in that case, it's a community-led, fully digital reallocation of capital, or it's creating a completely new revenue generation model based around a digital experience and crypto assets, which you can imagine that happening almost anywhere, right? The benefit of large enterprises and governments is they have significant amount of capital. What we've got to try and do is try and figure out how can we allocate that efficiently in a win-win type of model, so that the people that we're looking to benefit, take for example, the other modes of wealth redistribution, or other modes of allocating capital. When we saw lockdowns in certain countries, there were certain benefits checks paid to people who weren't able to go and work, or who weren't able to leave their homes because we were operating in a pandemic, right? A very unusual situation, but in that case, the government just sort of said, particularly in the US, right, here's an amount of money, off you go do something with this. Whatever you like, you can spend it on trainers, you can spend it on food, you can spend it on investing in the stock market, you can put it in GameStop stock, do what you will. What we can do with Web3, assuming that we believe that it's being done for philanthropic good, is we can have tokens or capital or crypto being used or being programmable such that we can allocate that capital to people for use only in certain domains. We can allocate NFTs if we want to, right? And that's going to take quite a significant leap in philosophy for governments and the welfare systems around the world, but it's technically feasible. Final point on this one is where companies can engage with the community. It's not about monetizing everything. It's not about where can I create my branded corporate sweatshirts to put on people's avatars in the metaverse. I think I want to see more examples or more use cases like the one that Beryl describes, of saying that we're going to have enterprises engaging with their community, potentially allocating them something of value such that everybody wins. Right? Where we can construct those business models, where we can construct those experiences, and the platform doesn't have to take the fee. It's something where continued value creation from all participants is acceptable, is programmable, is understandable, is transparent. That's going to create more new business models than we could ever conceive today, and that's super exciting to me.
Thanks. I'm also wondering how do you think can companies actually adopt blockchain into their existing models? So like not like saying new companies, but a company already there, how can they take this technology and change their model, the way how their company works, you name it?
I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can with this one, because there's a very long form answer and response to this one. But ultimately, we're saying that blockchain and Web3 provides some digital capabilities that companies don't have today. It's not all about participation in the metaverse, right? Blockchain technology is an underlying data repository on which we can create borderless open automation in the form of smart contracts, and where we can help to manage digital identities of our community and our companies, with also the use of tokens. So creating unique digital representation of things. The more physical your supply chain, the more physical your products are, the more effort you need to then create the digital twin of what it is that you do. But at the same time, being able to have an open, shared, equitable data source with automation can create so much efficiency, or can re-engineer so many inefficient processes today. If you look at trade, finance, there's a huge amount of blockchain effort there, specifically around creating a single view of the truth of what's happening between buyers and sellers, whether credit is available and whether products have shipped and been delivered. Right, a very, very fragmented process with very, very many parties. If you look at the sustainability space, the requirement for transparency around carbon footprint across every tier of your supply chain, not just the work that you do, but the carbon footprint of your suppliers and your suppliers' suppliers, and so on and so forth. The ability to do that in a transparent and easy to audit way is critically important. You're noticing I'm not using the word blockchain here, because what I would like people to realize is, let's talk in the technology capabilities of what this technology provides and apply it to a challenge or a problem that we're looking to solve. Not everything has to be decentralized all the time. Not every company is going to want to move away from being an intermediary or being centralized, because that's how they exist. So it's not for everybody. But equitability, transparency, creating automation, managing digital identity or privacy, giving owners, users, your customers, your community, your citizens control over their data or their assets. These are important problems to go and solve. And this is where this technology works very, very well.
Thanks, Anthony. It's really great that you pointed that out, that blockchain is not for everything. So that there are certain things we can, but there's many things we can also still do without blockchain. But on many aspects, it still has potential. And I'm wondering what Shokhrukh actually thinks about how can companies integrate blockchain into their business model, and how can it help them grow and so on, change their model? What's your point? What's your take on that?
Blockchain technologies mainly are being integrated into the financial sector, and we've been partnering with the private banks, and this allows us to accelerate the transactions among individuals to individuals, and it also allows us to decentralize the entire process and to ensure a high level of safety of business and to ensure privacy of transactions. And the next item that I would like to mention about is the introduction of the common generalized technology, which is educational sector and election campaigns. For instance, in Russia, we had a joint project with our Kazakh partners, and what we have completed, we developed the blockchain platform for the institute specialized in elections, and in order not to have any false results, we introduced the blockchain technology. That was a research project in order to ensure that the election campaign within that research institute was 100% authentic. And blockchain technologies may also be used in medicine, in public healthcare, and this allows us actually to considerably decrease the costs related to bureaucratic actions. And we may also keep the and store the data, and that there's not going to be any loss or damage to data. And a huge plus in terms of medical performance is an ability to process medications and ensure a rational use of medications to appoint responsible medical personnel, for instance, for injections and administration of medications. Blockchain technologies are pretty bright from the legal standpoint. At the moment, we are in negotiations with a legal company. We may also ensure the introduction of smart contracts between the companies who can work together remotely. As you have mentioned about already, and the pandemic has demonstrated a need to introduce the technologies like blockchain and metaverse. Why? Because I personally think that those individuals who, let's say, have disabilities, or those individuals who have some problems with walking, for instance, or taking a flight. For instance, they have aerophobia or somehow else limited. From the traveling standpoint, they may again stay at home and communicate with different individuals and to be in the very epicenter of the events worldwide. So blockchain is one of the most important positive features of
views on this. Well, what we haven't discussed so far is actually what really will come next, right? So, Leni, since I know you're very enthusiastic about social networks and decentralized social networks, I'm suspecting you believe strongly that this will be one of the things which we see next in the blockchain area, right? But what else? What do you think is the next big deal? What should we look at when it comes to blockchain?
I have a somewhat different opinion to what was discussed earlier about how we can start to use Web3 blockchain technology into Web2 products. I don't believe that the future is going to be about Web3 tools being integrated into Web2 networks. Being a middleman in any shape or form goes against the values of the Web3 community. For example, in Web2, one platform needed to be king. So your Facebooks, your Spotifys, they have centralized business models. So I get it. The more users they have, the more data they can collect and the more advertising revenue they can sell. But in Web3, it's actually about all working together to push forward this ecosystem, to build up the ecosystem, because in Web3, the value creation is not in one platform being king. It's actually building up the entire ecosystem as a whole. And some people often ask me, why, how, like as a shareholder, how is there any value in you at Logcast spending your time building tools that can integrate with competitors or other networks? And the answer is the value creation is in ownership. So back to your question, Simon, what's coming next? I think it's going to be leveraging blockchain technology to change the way that we have ownership. For example, decentralized ownership in social networks. Logcast will soon be a network owned by its community of users and creators. What that means is we will launch a token soon, which allows our community to have an ownership stake in Logcast. The more they use the platform, the more they contribute to it, the more they earn. It follows the kind of play to earn model that Beryl was speaking about earlier, but not only earning a stake in ownership in the company, but having a say in the business. So we call this decentralized governance, and our users will soon have voting rights in the future of the company. We will have decentralized moderation. That is somewhat of a provocative topic, I know. However, I believe it is very dangerous to have a decision-making power about what content is allowed, what people are allowed to speak. platforms to be centralized to one company and often one person inside that company in a small department, right? I'm such a believer in decentralizing that moderation and really putting the question back to the community. What kind of content do we want on this platform? And yeah, so I'm very excited about decentralized governance and decentralized ownership. And I also am a big believer in that the future of social networks will have modularity at its core. And what I mean by that is soon you will be able to turn your social profiles, for example, on Logcast, your profile on Logcast is an NFT, which you can then plug into any other platform that you want. For us as entrepreneurs, it is not our job to build tools that keep audiences locked into a platform so we can get as much data as possible. For us, actually, we believe Logcast and blockchain technology should be a public good. And what I mean by that is you can use it as a tool, but then creators and users have the freedom to take that audience, take that content and plug it into any other platform that they want based on maybe they can generate more money, maybe more people and their fans will see it. So I would say there's going to be a full decentralized social ecosystem built with modularity at its core, and we're going to see decentralized ownership and decentralized governments of social networks in the next 2 years.
Thank you, Beryl. What's your stance since Anthony and Leni kind of had the differing opinions here on the area of how blockchain will be integrated? What is your thought on that? And directly moving forward, what do you think will be next in your industry, in the play to earn, and in general in blockchain? What will we see?
So Anthony and Leni had really, really great points. I do believe that there's going to be new innovation in forming more on our identities, like online in the metaverse, governance as well, be it in DeFi, for example, like how we do finance, and also in GameFi. So maybe I'll start with GameFi, since Yale Games has really been in gaming in the metaverse. So one is we're going to be seeing more interoperability of these gaming assets. Because of that, there might actually be a more improved kind of token economics in forming these games. And then we're also going to be seeing a few genres in GameFi. So we all know play to earn. There are actually new models such as move to earn, learn to earn, and then various like X to earn, right? So we'll be seeing more of that. And it's really dependent on how you structure that token economics. Now, token economics is actually related to governance. And this is where the decentralized autonomous organization kind of concept came in, where I'll give you an example. Yale Games launched itself with 1 billion tokens, right? So we did not raise any funding previously or gave any equity options to our employees through an equity structure or a debt structure. But through the form of tokens, we've decided that 40% of Yale Games allocation, which is 400 million of those tokens out of that 1 billion, is actually for the community. So we'll be airdropping them in the community within the next 10 years. And the motivation there is because we want our community to be participants of the DAO. We want people to send proposals, to vote, and to be decision makers of this decentralized autonomous organization, or Yale Games. Now, the challenge here is how do we form these committees and subcommittees in a way that so we have an asset acquisition piece, for example, where we actually acquire NFT assets. We could not rely on the public, for example, to make decisions on what assets to buy, right? So we need to kind of have this governance where our committee will have to vote for individuals who are actually in this committee, to head the committee, and the heads of the committee of this particular asset acquisition committee make decisions on what assets to purchase, as an example. So there's so many ways to kind of like structure this, like being able to really build this constitution that's unique to your community and your DAO. And there's a lot of thinking involved. Yeah, apart from governance, this is where identity comes in. I think Leni described it really, really well, where it's possible that each wallet address could actually have like a non-transferable NFT. So if you complete something, you're a really great gamer, you know, you're able to mint an NFT that actually proves that you have this particular skill, or you actually own a particular asset for a period of time, or you've, for example, through POAPs, if you've actually attended an event, you can start minting a POAP, and that will evolve, you know, into, for example, degree certificates, or, you know, so on and so forth. And that would actually be an identity that you could not transfer because you actually have proof on the blockchain on that, you know, that it's more transparent, and also, you know, it's registered within the blockchain or the ledger. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Anthony, what's your take on this? So of course, feel free to respond what was said about the integration of blockchain technology. And I would be really interested to know what you think will come next.
Yeah, and I'm a kind of objective pragmatist. I'm a believer in this technology, and frankly, blockchain or artificial intelligence or cloud computing or big data analytics, it isn't owned by anybody. It's available for everybody. So where technology works and where it provides value, it's going to be used. And we're not the gatekeepers of what Web3 should or shouldn't be. You know, when you see people using the terms like, you know, what the original vision was, or you know, what the intent of the technology is, it doesn't have an intent. It's technology. These are building blocks on which you can create experiences or applications or programs. And so I don't think anybody can say with certainty where technology will and won't be used. It's more creating the right awareness for everybody in any setting, government, private sector, startup technology, academia, it doesn't matter. You know, from my perspective, if we see the potential of what can be achieved and we can create great experiences with technology, or we can solve great problems with technology, let's not put labels on it. I don't want to dampen enthusiasm in any way, because what I forecast for the next 2 to 5 years, particularly around blockchain and crypto assets, is you're going to see organizations like those that Leni and Beryl are working for, building great things, creating new business models, creating new stuff that will be compelling, that will be interesting, that will be more equitable, that will be more win-win. What I think the challenge in the next couple of years is going to be is not what we can build with technology, but how we can get it into the hands of people, citizens, customers, users, in a safe and also jurisdictionally acceptable way. What do I mean by that? We're talking a lot about earn, about assets, about money, about profiting, about people, you know, being able to trade and transact, lowering the barriers to entry for participation. What does that mean for tax? What does that mean for reporting your financial statement at the end of the year? You know, there are some jurisdictions out there that don't tax cryptocurrency. There are some jurisdictions out there that don't tax income. There are other jurisdictions where, you know, there are very clearly outlined requirements for if you have a particular investment or you have a particular equity stake in a company, a stock, that if that increases over time, you have to pay for that, or you pay tax on that rather. So we are going to be creating a booming industry of potential equities or taxable income for individuals all around the world. And different governments are going to respond differently to that. You look at the different perspectives between China, the US, Europe over the last couple of weeks around privacy and private transactions, the UK's position on wanting to become a global hub for crypto assets. Well, that starts with things like national policy, things around taxation, around securities law, around recognizing DAOs as legal entities. These barriers are going to need to be broken down very, very quickly for us to be able to blossom and for us to be able to bring Web3 to non-Web3 natives or non-Web3 people, to the wider community that's not already in and building, because that barrier is going to be non-trivial.
Thank you for sharing. Then I would be interested to know what actually Shokhrukh is thinking about all of that. What's next? What do you think?
I agree with opinions of my colleagues. It's really not possible to foresee what will be tomorrow, in what industries, in what sectors the blockchain technologies will be implemented. And there is also an issue of a strategic security of every state, how blockchain is viewed in these different countries, because not all countries, unfortunately, see this technology as a positive one. Many countries think that cryptocurrencies and the blockchain is the threat for financial stability and financial systems of these countries. And speaking about China, for example, there is a ban on mining that was introduced last year. It actually shows that the opinion of large countries is also changing. That's why it's really hard to respond what will be next with the blockchain technologies and what new is coming up. Because this industry is really large scale changing very quickly, maybe even quicker than what happened before dot-com revolution. Web3 is developing much quicker on a larger scale, as well as valuation of all this industry is growing every day. Well, I think that countries will compete to become blockchain hubs and cryptocurrency hubs. As it was said, London is one of them, that's the UK as well. We see that there are different statements from New York, Miami, and Texas mayor's offices that they would like to become international leaders in blockchain technologies. We should also note the United Arab Emirates, Dubai, where already blockchain technologies are actively implemented, introduced to daily life, and cryptocurrencies as well. We see completely a new world. So I think the new world is expecting us. That will change everything. That will change our perception of how we lived before. I think that will be changed. This is my opinion.
Thank you so much for sharing your views with us. Well, then after I asked you guys so many questions which were on my mind, now I think it's time to turn to our audience and see what they're curious about. So some questions came in, and so the first one, which I would like to address to you guys, is what are your biggest fears regarding Web3? Leni, how about you share with us your thoughts on that?
This is such a good question, and huge thank you to the brilliant viewer asking this. I think that all of us who work in this industry, we cannot sleep. I think I can speak on behalf of every other panelist on this call is, once you dive into the Web3 rabbit hole, you never come back out again. You are so extremely bullish on the future that we are all building together that you don't even consider the fears. So actually, thank you for prompting this in me. I very rarely think about this. I would say the biggest fear that I think is that we are getting stuck right now on building tech. Right? A lot of discussions are about the underlying protocols, what the technology is offering, but my job is to get the next 2 billion people onboarded to Web3 social. And that's not going to be about the underlying technology. That's going to be about fun. We need to build new ways of interacting with each other beyond transferring money or transferring tradable assets to to and from one another and actually get about curating incredible experiences as humans. So I would say my biggest fear is that we're kind of losing the human element of this. And I believe that onboarding the next 2 billion people has everything to do with the experiences that we can enable for humans. And this is our mission at Logcast, and we are not going to stop until we get it done.
Thank you. Anthony, what do you think?
I guess my biggest fear with relation to blockchain, crypto, and Web3 is that we can't effectively blend it into our existing systems of living, be that country-specific jurisdictions, regions, etc., etc. We all know the potential of the technology. We all know what's possible that we can trade, transact, share, create in a borderless global way. The sad fact of life is that we live within country borders, within countries and cities that have their own specific regulation and their own specific view. My biggest fear is that while the technology and the community will progress at pace, there will be certain parts of the world that are left behind because national governments or regulation don't share the same optimism around decentralization or around community or around borderless creation of value. And so putting the brakes on the great progress in certain places is my biggest concern.
Thanks for sharing. Another question reached us, and this one is, will developing countries be in a disadvantage because they don't have access to certain technologies yet? And how should they overcome it? Beryl, I would be interested to learn about your view on that. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So as an example, the Philippines, so with a mobile phone and an internet connectivity, they're able to really access applications on their smartphone. And the play to earn model was very, very new. And it was, well, the concept of NFTs and play to earn was really proven through this particular game, Axie. And because we also did not really expect a massive community to adopt this, right? So it's very much like trial and error. We don't know how a community would actually react with a particular like application. So it was the right time, it was the right place, it was the right kind of application where it allowed people to actually earn. And so it was just like the perfect application for this demographic and emerging markets in Latin America. And that's the reason why we see, this community kind of like adopting it. And then the second part here is the community. It was not only like people just playing the game, but it actually built a community around it where, the one child would actually start like playing the game, and then they do night shifts, and then the mother starts playing the game, the grandmother starts playing the game, the father starts, and the brother starts playing the game. And then the neighborhood starts hearing about this game, and it's word of mouth. And because of that, and everyone's just playing in this community, people started building this like influencers, like campaigns, and people watching their managers play, and they just like start watching them on Facebook Live play the game, and suddenly there's like a flourishing number of new roles in the community, such as you have a scholar, you have a manager, and then you actually have brokers as well, because there's metaverse land that's being traded in the secondary market, but there wasn't really a secondary market. So people started like relying on the broker to kind of like manage the swapping of like these metaverse land, right? And so on and so forth. Yeah, so I think overall it's really, it was just that timing that actually accelerated play to earn, right? It's the pandemic, and it's the right demographics and an application, and the community just like worked around it. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, and thanks for addressing this topic from like your own experiences and how you actually overcame this issue by yourself. Well, we are actually coming towards the end of our session. So now it's time for me to thank all of our speakers, Anthony, Leni, Beryl, and Shokhrukh, for joining us today and sharing their views on blockchain, what is the future of it, and how it's integrating with the metaverse. I certainly learned a lot, and it was great having you guys here. I hope, and the same is also true for our audience, that you guys enjoyed it a lot. And also thanks for your participation by sending in your questions, which we greatly addressed. Well, then it's up to me to wish you guys like a great day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Nobel Fest. Hope to see you next time.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea, and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and it's the largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Awezov University. That is, here students and undergraduates acquire practical working skills. In other words, this is a mini copy of a large production and dairy plant. Within the framework of the program of scholarship, academic mobility and double degree education, the university cooperates with more than 170 foreign universities. 150 students a year study for the academic mobility at leading universities in the world. The digitalization process has affected all spheres of society, including education. At Aizhan University, innovations are intensively introduced into the education system, and 3D, VR, STEM technologies are widely used. The IT Center provides consulting to teachers of schools in Shymkent on robotics, provides material resources to students in the laboratory of robotics and mechatronics at the laboratory of mathematical and 3D modeling, and provides material resources of the IT Center to students and teachers of the Aizhan University. In Student Design Bureau, students and teachers prepare scientific projects for participation in regional, national and international competitions. Students of clubs and Student Design Bureau develop robotic systems for participation in competitions and competitions in robotics. The material and technical base of the university consists of 10 educational buildings of a modern standard, 6 student dormitories and 2 sports complexes. For the comprehensive development of students, more than 30 public, political and cultural organizations function. Aizhan University, that has united history and modernity today, prepares more than 27,000 students and invites to take your best.
Самая передовая учебная программа в мире по инновациям и технологиям, безусловно, лучшая в мире.
Для всех, кому интересно, как меняется мир и как технологии могут изменить его к лучшему.
Я Вивек Вадхва, и я преподаю в ряде самых выдающихся университетах мира, включая Гарвард, Стэнфорд, Университет Карнеги-Меллон, Университет Сингулярности, Университет Эмори и Калифорнийский университет в Беркли.
Меня зовут Тарун Вадхва. Я являюсь научным сотрудником факультета политологии Университета Эмори и Центра геотехнологий Атлантического совета.
Что представляют собой экспоненциальные инновации? Это целый ряд технологий, в основе которых лежит взрывной рост от искусственного интеллекта, цифровизации, роботов, датчиков до квантовых компьютеров. Созданная нами с Таруном учебная программа предназначена для молодых студентов, обучающихся как по программам бакалавриата, так и для магистранта. Мы также обучаем представителей бизнеса и генеральных директоров компаний с миллиардными оборотами по всему миру. В чем заключается магия Кремниевой долины? Чему здесь можно научиться? И каким образом предприниматели всего мира могут воспользоваться инновациями?
Экспоненциальные инновации – это лучший в мире ускоренный курс по изучению трендов в глобальных инновациях и предпринимательстве, который преподается для топ-менеджеров крупнейших компаний мира.
Не упустите возможность ознакомиться с передовыми технологиями и новыми инновационными методами. Узнайте о способах создания бизнеса с миллиардными оборотами и с триллионными доходами, которые улучшат жизнь человечества. Я Вивек Вадхва, и это мой Нобелевский курс.
Я Тарун Вадхва. И это мой Нобелевский курс.
We all know that 2020 hasn't become an easy year for all mankind. So especially the biggest problem of nowadays that people getting unemployed day by day. And the pandemic has affected all segments of population, including poorly provided population too. It's not coincidence that the people who earn on daily basis has affected by this situation too. From the business side, we want to provide people with a good, cheap food. As we know, workers usually order for a lunch from fast foods and from restaurants, but the restaurant foods are expensive for daily eating. So we want to help people and provide them with a cheap and quality food with the help of our platform and our good cook. Overall, with our platform, we want to show that women have a lot of opportunities around them to find their place in this world.
Знания, которые преподавались в университетах несколько десятилетий назад,
Knowledge that we've been getting at the university for decades have been drastically changes, and now we're going to be speaking about the following: whether the classical university is able to respond to the changes, and
доцентом и начальником отдела аккредитации Южно-Казахстанского.
the speakers will be Andrei Schleicher, Director for Education and Skills, Bakhytkul Abdizhapparova, and Bobur Farmanov.
Good afternoon, good morning for some of the participants, and good evening for the others. We're happy to welcome you back to the Nobel Fest. And today, as we're talking about exponential innovations, let's talk about the basics, the education. And today's session particularly discusses the place of traditional universities in this fast-changing environment where such terms as digitalizations, blockchain, artificial intelligence becoming a new reality. And at the same time, increasing the gap between what we used to think of higher education and the same reality is growing these days. As COVID showed us, traditional universities facing the competition from the, let's say, from the system, from non-systematic education, from remote and self-learning tools. And we want to discuss today how universities could address those gaps. But what are the innovations in practice? It's technologies, it's a culture, ecosystem, inclusivity, or diversity. So we probably could also learn today. We hear about different practices universities apply: innovation hubs, maker spaces, integrative learning, and so on. And what is defined by scholars, innovation is a process of generating and executing contextually beneficial processes, which means that what kind of benefits we create for our students and how we can innovate our education processes in the benefits of the students to advance their career paths, advance their lives. And with this, I would like to turn the attention to our speakers. And I would like to give the floor and the screen to Mr. Andrei Schleicher, Director of the Directorate of Education and Skills. So a couple of words about Mr. Schleicher. Mr. Schleicher initiated and oversees the program for international student assessment within the OECD. And other international instruments that have created a global platform for policymakers, researchers, and educators across nations and cultures to innovate, transform educational policies and practices. He has worked over 20 years with ministries and education leaders around the world to improve quality and equity in education. Before joining the OECD, he was Director for Analysis and International Association for Educational Achievement. He studied physics in Germany and received a degree in mathematics and statistics in Australia. He is a recipient of numerous honors and awards, including Theodor Heuss Prize, awarded in the name of the first president of the Federal Republic of Germany for exemplary democratic engagement. He holds a honorary professorship at the University of Heidelberg. Mr. Schleicher, the floor is yours.
Hello. So I'm going to speak because Mr. Schleicher had to actually couldn't make it and asked me to replace him today. So my name is Stefan. I'm a deputy head of division in the Directorate for Education and Skills. And thank you so much for the invitation. I'm going to talk about one aspect of what you have actually mentioned, and which is very much how to change pedagogies within universities so that actually they equip people for a world where digitalization, innovation is very important. So let me start by showing actually how important actually skills is to innovation. And here you can see actually when we look at surveys about innovation, we can see that one of the, after funding, one of the first hurdles to innovation is actually the lack of qualified personnel. So it's really a question of staff, and that's something that universities can do something about. When we think about innovation, we often believe that it is something which is mainly for PhD students, or that it is something that it is mainly for engineers. One message I would like you to take away is that, in fact, we have a variety of people who actually innovate. So here, I can show you some data from a survey on innovation. So what we've called highly innovative jobs here, professionals, are people who work in an organization that is at the forefront of innovation and that participate themselves in innovation. And so here you can see that you have depending on the economic sector, you can see that in manufacturing, indeed, and that's what usually we have in mind when we think of innovation. We have people who are mainly engineers and scientists that actually contribute to innovation. But look at health, for example. Not surprisingly, you mainly have health professionals. 54% of the people were trained actually in health and not in engineering. Or if you look at financial intermediation, most of the people were trained in business, which is probably not very surprising. And in business activities, you have a mix of people coming from everywhere. Let me continue on that, and let's think of the varieties of types of innovation that there are. Like if you think of product innovation, so you can see here that, in fact, engineering and computing comes on top in terms of the share of graduates that contribute to that. But arts, even though they represent a very small share of people who get a tertiary education degree, they are actually strong contributors to product innovation, which is not very surprising if you think that, all the different objects that, you have surrounding you are actually probably involved in some applied artists that help to the design of them, etc. If you think of technology and tool innovation, then here engineering and math is really what comes on top, indeed, that's part. But now look at this one. That's actually the innovation in knowledge and method. And you can hear that, science and math have an edge, but all the other ones are almost equally distributed, so the contribution of all the different graduates is more or less the same. So one message we get out of this is really that, well, people from a lot of different fields do contribute to innovation, have to absorb innovation, and this is not something that should be left to specific departments or faculties within universities, but something that has to be actually mainstream across all the curricula in universities. Now, let's look at what are the skills that people should actually have to innovate. So here what we've done is to compare people who have highly innovative jobs to people who don't. So here we're just talking about tertiary educated people, and that's a survey that is based on 19 European countries, plus Japan and a few Latin American countries. And so here you can see that if I have a highly innovative job, so again, I work for an innovative company and I contribute myself to innovation, then I'm 4 times as likely to say that I have to come up with new ideas and solutions in my job. That's a critical skill for me, than if I'm not. Or that I have to express some critical thinking and be willing to question ideas, 3 times as likely to say that than other ones. One thing to keep in mind is that, in fact, that's really the skill that distinguishes innovators from the others, because what everyone says is the most important in their job is actually using their time efficiently, so that if you don't make this kind of distinction, then that's really the skill that is the most important. Well, that's really something that, is in high demand in the labor market. You can see here, what the CEOs, what they say as being the most important trends. We have the same actually in 2025, and we have a new trend that came out, and creativity and critical thinking remained one of the most important skills in the latest edition as well. And one reason why we're so interested in them is also that actually they contribute to what we believe makes us human, in a digital world, give us positive emotions, social emotions, and also makes us citizens, thanks to the critical thinking, especially when we live in a world with a lot of fake news. We have so much information that we need to navigate, and so that's really something that is very important. And also that we need to understand that our own opinions actually can be different from some of the others, and we need to listen and learn to listen to what others have to say as well. So how is higher education doing in all these different areas? So here, we are still working on this survey, which was a survey of tertiary education, educated people who were in employment, and they were asked, think back of your university programs and tell us what you think were the top 3 skills that your university program has developed. And so here you can see, the ranking is just, the ranking of the 19 skills that people were asked to rank. And you can see here that mastery of your own field comes first, analytical thinking, acquiring new knowledge, a lot of things that we believe universities should actually do. Now, if I highlight the top 6 skills for innovation, for innovators, you can see that, analytical thinking is one of the strong ones, but, the creativity is somewhere in the middle, that critical thinking is towards the bottom. And so, perhaps higher education is not doing as well as what we would expect. People were asked the same question about the weaker points of the higher education program. And so here you can see the first thing they say that, writing and speaking a foreign language was not the main. I think that, or presenting ideas in an audience. And here I do the same, I just highlight the skills for innovation. And you can see here again that coming with new ideas and solution is somewhere in the middle, but on the first half, so it's a bit of a weak point of higher education, which is not true for critical thinking, which is toward the bottom. So perhaps actually, that's people didn't feel that they had to be very critical, but it was neither a strong point nor a weak point of the higher education program. So in that respect, many universities now are trying to shift towards competency-based curricula and basically try to continue, of course, to get the students acquire what we've called technical skills, know what and know how in the disciplines, so not procedural knowledge and declarative knowledge or content knowledge, but also have behavioral and social skills and have higher order thinking skills such as creativity and critical thinking. A very important point of that is that they do overlap and reinforce each other. So you need to be persistent to acquire new knowledge. You need to have knowledge to be creative or to have critical thinking, but they are not the same. You cannot just measure one and believe that it's going to happen. And also there are skills that have to be acquired within domains, within discipline, in each different subject. And once you do that and people actually make you acquire them in a lot of different domains, and that's when they become kind of domain generic or domain general, and you can actually apply them into a new one. But of course, if you are creative in, say, engineering, if you want to become creative in physics, in music or whatever, then you will have to learn and to acquire the knowledge, etc., to express this aspect. So what does it mean to become more creative and have more critical thinking? So that's something that actually all OECD countries, they actually mention as one of the critical skills for their university programs and for higher education. So that's really what they want universities to develop in their students. But the big question is what that means in practice, So what does it look like? What does it mean to actually do it? So we've done a project on that at the OECD, where we've brought a network of universities to try to articulate a common language on that. So what it means in higher education, what does it look like, how to make it more tangible. And so we're trying to develop some ideas on what this looks like, to see how we can drive change and develop some professional development plans and also document them. And finally, to develop evaluation instruments to make sure that what we are doing is actually something that makes a difference and goes in the right direction. So here you can see the list of the 26 higher education institutions from the 14 countries that participate in the project. And that's a project that actually builds on work that we've done also in primary and secondary, because a key element as well, if we want actually innovation to occur and we want some change to be driven, is to change things at all levels of education, in primary, in secondary, and in higher education. Otherwise, this is not going to work. So what do we mean by creativity? Basically, that's one of the important aspects, is to be really clear and intentional about that. And so here basically that the ability to produce work that is novel but appropriate. So it's not like anything that you do is creative. It has to actually solve a problem, be part of a certain system. And there are some, I would say, common ways to think about it. A very important point for education and for higher education is that here we're talking about creativity that can be learned and taught and developed. And so it's not about something that has to be new to the world, or it doesn't require to be gifted or to be necessarily successful, but it's really something that has to be at least new to us and that pushes us to try to do something which is a bit more daring and a bit different. Critical thinking is much more common to higher education. That's part of what people feel they do, in many cases. And here that's different. It doesn't require people to be original, but just actually to suspend their judgment and to carefully evaluate things and to realize that there may be different perspectives on the problem that they're looking at. So that's really something which is important, that requires a slow way of thinking, and where you not only have to evaluate whether the thing that you are learning or seeing are rational or can be explained, but also, from time to time, go and challenge some of the assumptions on which they are based. So for that, we've developed a conceptual rubric which actually simplifies all these ideas, which is based on the literature that has been actually field tested in all these different universities, and so which are meant to help teachers and faculty to see what they should actually try to develop when it comes to creativity, when it comes to critical thinking. And you can see the idea that it becomes more or less implicit, and that you just keep in mind that you need to give space to your students to have room to inquire, to imagine, to do things, and actually to reflect on what they have been doing. So what we ask people to do is to think of their course and to map it on the rubric to see at what different steps or moments of my courses do I actually give the students the ability to do all these different things and to develop these skills. So it really is supposed to help people to become intentional about the development of the skills at the same time as they develop their knowledge in a discipline and in a subject. So we also have assessment rubrics, because we need to also evaluate, assess what we are teaching. So here you can see that's a kind of fancy. We have one for creativity, we have one for critical thinking. And the idea of using rubric is that actually you can combine them with a lot of other types of skill that you want or domain that you want to develop. And here you can see where critical thinking or creativity can actually be assessed at the same time as content knowledge, procedural knowledge, and communication. It's something which is important because it also allows the students to know on which basis, what they should try to develop, what should be the criteria for this, and to have actually a discussion with their teachers about that. So let me conclude and see that, what we've seen based on our field study is that, let me see, yeah. In fact, I had missed one of the design criteria. So we have 8 design criteria that we have developed. So the first one is actually to give people the desire to learn, and so here it's really something which is important, so that you have to connect it to to contemporary topics, to subjects, and not just take it from a more theoretical perspective. Second point, which is very important, is that you need to give them problems that are challenging enough, and so here that's sometimes one of the difficulties that you need to do these kind of things. You want to actually give room for the students to develop and be part of the design of the product and the solution that you give them, which means in some cases that you don't know necessarily where it will go. From time to time, you have to give them some specific assignment that will allow them to contribute something and to give them fuzzy problems, real world problems, real world challenges, or think really of the problem that can be looked at from different perspectives. That's particularly important in mathematics, where we tend to have one specific solution. And so you have to see if you can give ill-defined problems or problems which are a bit more fuzzy in the way that they are. which means that, as a faculty member, as a teacher, you have to actually leave room for things unexpected to happen. Perhaps actually, the students will lead you into a domain that you don't know very well, but that's okay. You can actually do that, and which means that teachers don't need to have the answers to every problem, which is actually something that when you do research and what universities should actually make their students really understand. And you also have to include some space and time to reflect on what you have been doing as well. So there are a few techniques for that. One is design thinking, for creativity in particular, which is actually a technique that is now being increasingly used and taught in universities around the world. So many of the universities you have mentioned before, Stanford, Berkeley, etc., they do have this type of programs. Project-based learning or using grand challenges such as the Sustainable Development Goals as one of the bases for teaching and learning is another way that actually can help to develop these different skills. But the good thing in higher education is that you can even do it with more traditional types of pedagogies. And actually, lecturing can work, but here you really have to think about the content of your courses and make sure that, for example, you cover some of the scientific dissent that there is in every discipline. Science is also about critiquing and trying to push forward what other people have done and live with uncertainty. And that's really something that can be taught or should be taught to students, even in a lecturing format. Many of the activities that we see are actually based on specific programs. And one of the big challenges now is really to see how this can be mainstream at the entire higher education system level or within specific universities at the institutional level. And there are a few examples of that, of universities trying to do that. So North Carolina State University is one example. They had this SYNC program a few years back, which actually was based exactly on the same component as what we have tried to do in our program, a set of rubrics, professional development for faculty, changing assessments and exams, and evaluating what you're doing also in a standardized way, etc. So that's really one of the new ways for universities to innovate. And if they're ready to innovate, that's really one of the methods that we would very much propose to them. So it's really for them to actually try their way to do that. And so thank you very much for the invitation.
Oh, thank you, Stefan. That was very insightful. And I think it's now time to turn more to a practice, right? We speak about the good solutions, but how do we implement them in practice in universities, in traditional education? I think we get some more insight from our speakers now. And first, I would like to give a floor to Mr. Muzaffar Jalalov. He is the rector of Inha University. So a couple of words about Mr. Jalalov. He has a degree on information technologies and a successful teaching practice in South Korea. At some point, he decided to come back to Uzbekistan to help the country in its development process and apply his knowledge and experience gained in abroad. In 2018, he was appointed as a rector of Inha University in Tashkent, becoming the youngest rector in the history of Uzbekistan. According to the Yükseliş movement, Muzaffar Jalalov entered the top 35 young leaders rank of the country, which is pretty much impressive. And I would like to give you a screen to share your practice and insights about the innovations in higher education.
Thank you very much, moderator. I really apologize, our second speaker, that I still stole your flow because I kindly asked moderator to give me flow because I'm running all the time and I have to go to meeting. And I really appreciate for invitation to this wonderful event because this is my second time participating this year first, but it was last year first time I participating in the Nobel Fest. Really impressive event. Lots of participants from all over the world, especially youth, because and went through the agenda for not today's, but the whole program. But I think today is a very important one because the education, if we don't know what it will look like after, let's say, 10 years or 50 years, for example, the youth, I think, cannot, for example, manage their time, their thinking, and their strategy. So anyway, if we talk about the education, I really liked our previous speakers' points about analytical creativity, creative thinking, critical thinking, design thinking. Of course, these skills are becoming the most important, I would say, not one of the important, but the most important parts of any specialties, whatever specialty you choose in your area, because if you don't have such skills, it's very difficult to find a job, to find yourself in communities, for example, and in this way, I'd like to point out some say numbers. The changes was done the last 5 years in Uzbekistan. If we talk about education, massive reforms in education in Uzbekistan, starting from the preschools. I mean, from the kindergarten. Have you heard about any ministry of kindergarten in other countries? For example, you can find in Uzbekistan, because you can see that the interest and of the government in starting from kids and before they go to school. It's very important to create to make the shape from the small people their future, and you can see it almost tripled the number of kindergarten in Uzbekistan last 4 years, because it was really big problem with this. And schools then moved to a public school, and you can see that in the private schools appeared. We couldn't imagine about the private school, and new subjects, of course, started to implement the new subjects in their curriculums, and higher education. Very impressive that the last 4 years only, number of universities almost tripled too. Universities number also tripled. It was around 60 plus something universities, but there is almost 150 universities, and a number of private universities. Starting, we couldn't imagine about the private universities. We couldn't even talk about this concept of private universities, and now we have more than 15 private universities in Uzbekistan, international universities. And according to the strategy of the Uzbekistan President's strategy by 2030, Uzbekistan will become educational hub in Central Asia. So, and yesterday's meeting about IT. So the second one is also we have to mention that Uzbekistan is also going to become the IT hub in Central Asia as well. So, but there are of course some problems. We cannot continuously build and construct, create the new universities, because education, of course, higher education is needed, but we don't need to make it 100%. Right? I would say 35 maximum percent of all over the I would say youth is who are going to enter university. Now is almost 28%. Before it was 9%. So you can see the big, but we can stop in the 35-40%, because we don't need such massive high educated people, because there will be some problem with their finding job, etc. Instead of that, we can change the concept of universities itself. For example, hybrid education. The pandemic showed us that you don't have to participate in sitting in the lecture physically. You can be there virtually, and of course, we cannot do it only online, but we can do it like offline exams and online classes, lectures. So this is one of the way we can start slowly changing universities' higher education's concept. Otherwise, universities will die like dinosaurs, because the traditional education, 4 years to 7 years sometimes, it's too long, and the market don't cannot wait so much time because the time in this dynamic world, everything is changing very fast. The second option that I can propose is the 2+2 programs. For example, 2 years in traditional education institution and 2 years specialists can go to the industry and continue working there. And of course, separate at the same time, he will receive the credits for his education. And then he can also not stop studying, but at the same time, he is working also. In this matter, we can remove the gap between universities and industry. One of the another biggest problem we are facing these days, when the university's curriculum is not catching up the modern changes, the new changes, because the industry, we can see they are moving very fast. So another option I would like to propose is in the example of our university, in the university in Tashkent, is the kind of branch of Korean in high university. It's an international university, and we start from 2019 creating co-working zones, acceleration and incubation centers with IT Park, where students can run their startup projects, and where we can also provide some mentors from IT Park and other professionals. So, or there is also new terminology called co-learning centers, where students teach another student. So, because we have some students who has, for example, experience in industry, for example, the senior developers, right? If we talk about IT, so senior developers or middle developers, they are really good mentors for junior developers. So we created the co-learning center where the students can teach another students. And of course, this kind of collaboration between students are very important. Another concept which we can propose or recommend is the decrease from 4 years to 3 years, especially IT education. We don't need so much time to teach IT specialists because they need more practice. Other theory they can catch up through their working period from Google also, for example. And of course, the universities. I sometimes talk with my colleagues. They don't really like my ideas, but industry says that the university curriculum, university education program must be very flexible. At least every university should have some kind of board of, some CEOs or CTOs from company or some industry who has some kind of ideas and proposals to modify their education program under the needs of the industry, for example. This is another one. Or another option is the replacing, for example, in the senior level students, for example, they don't have to, for example, take so many credits. They can instead take the online courses such as Coursera, Oracle, Cisco, for example, IBM, wonderful course. I'm talking about IT. So really good courses there and this certificate that they receive after completion of such courses, making this student more competitive compared to others. So he has diploma, he has knowledge, and he has certificates from international company. So it is making another good point for student, I would say. And if we talk about schools, we see that some other countries, as well as again Korea, they are implementing from first class the coding classes, programming classes. We see that now is software engineers, computer engineers. It's maybe seems it's too heavy, but if you start teaching the kids from the first class, they can really catch up. For example, in a university in Tashkent, we have a Scratch programming from 7 years old. And I would say that, of course, the first time they cannot, maybe not 100% maybe good, but they keep learning, and not in 1 month, but after 1 year or 2 years, they can will get very friendly and really get used to it. So this is another option. Of course, but the most important is the green education, because Of course, we can teach the good capacity, very good knowledge, good specialty skills, but if we don't teach them how to take care of the planet, it's useless. So I would say that the green education is another very important part that we have to include from the schools. Let the schools, from every class, teach the students and pupils in school how to take care of the planet. Greening, it doesn't mean always the planting tree, but it's taking care of and clean. So this is the kind of I would say, basic. And the last thing I would like to mention is of course, not everybody will become the good architecture or IT or others. Of course, there will be some entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurship is very important, especially digital entrepreneurship is becoming one of the also challenging and very good specialties in other areas. So not from the university, but also from schools, like entrepreneurship, how to run a business. The basics of finance, I think this kind of planning, for example, or how to make the pitch, for example, how to present your idea. These kind of basic things, I think that they should be taught from the school. So this is the basic remark I would like to propose and tell to everyone. I think that not only universities, but also the government, also the countries also should think about changing their program, they're changing themselves, especially they're changing from here, and then they can change everything, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jalalov. I couldn't agree more with you regarding the years of education, because once students start the education in INHA, for instance, he starts with JavaScript and end with Python.
Yes.
So it's very much changing environment, and it's truly useful to get them and adapt into this environment. And we have a constant debate with my 7-year-old child, what is better, Scratch or Code Monkey? So I'm a more Code Monkey, but I probably need to discuss with you the Scratch thing.
Yes.
So with this, I would like also to turn to our last speaker, last but not least, Ms. Bakhytkul Abdizhapparova. She is a candidate of technical science and associate professor and head of accreditation department of Avezov South Kazakhstan University. Mr. Abdizhapparova, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Hello, dear speakers. Hello, dear audience. Let's share our experience about our university. It's classical, it's traditional university, and how we will survive in nowadays situation. Will traditional universities disappear because of growing challenges? I suppose not. They will survive. Some of them will even be prosperous, but they should pass own way of transformation and become more agile. Definitely, they will not be like universities before pandemic. Universities are created to elaborate and to introduce innovations and to tackle unknown. While the future is unpredictable of universities, universities have own tools which can be improved with these challenges. And one of these challenges is internal quality assurance system of universities. On example of our university, I will explain how we improve our internal assurance system in order to introduce innovations and also to face challenges. The aim of the assurance system is making all processes which cover students' life cycle is more efficient. Share some information about our university.
I think we have some technical issues.
Sorry, some problems with internet connection. Are you hearing to me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. Okay. Our university, our University, one of the biggest and multi-profile Kazakhstan universities, with own history, with own traditions, and about 300 educational programs. Before pandemic, we actively practiced widely on-campus education. Nowadays, after pandemic, we are active both in campus, also digital education. And nowadays, we are struggle how to make equity between two types of education. It's impossible to have only proper software, so modern equipment. It's also compulsory to have suitable internal quality assurance system in digital education. And we arranged on relevant tools, for example, of British quality assurance system, which provide criteria for evaluation digital education. We also started to introduce digital skills to our programs. We started to develop programs with study programs with digital context. For example, digital marketing. Are you hearing to me? Okay. In order to face the issue to boost practical skills of our students, we introduced a dual training system. Dual training system with our business partners for students of agrarian, agricultural, and engineering programs. Sorry, are you hearing to me, dear audience?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. As a result of this dual training, alumni of dual training indicate higher level of employability. And to get to this level, it's time to create indicators, criteria for critical evaluation of digital dual training. And now we are doing it in the framework of Erasmus Plus project, CAS Dual. The next issue is about inclusivity. Nowadays, this term becomes more complex, more wider, and new types of inclusivity occur. And in the case of our university, it's international students. Last years, we became more popular among international students, and their number achieved 20%. It's a large number for our university, and we struggled with the problem of their adaptation with their registration and knowledge courses. And special department was created, Department on International Students Affairs, to address all of these issues. It is obvious it doesn't enough. We should create special systems, maybe policy on inclusive education. All of these examples, it's just only fragments of internal quality assurance of our university. It's not a stable system, it's dynamic. It's constantly changes, and it's okay. Some of these fragments are new, some of these fragments are renovated. I suppose, and my message for today's speech for all universities, it's create an effective and approach and support this effective system of internal quality assurance. And this system will help the universities to survive in this nowadays situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abdizhapparova. It was also interesting to know your practices. And before asking the audience the questions, I would like to throw the warm-up question to you. And Stefan, you mentioned very interesting point, saying that room for students. So that there should be a room for students for them to be able to think themselves, to create and discuss the ideas. So I think it's very important because I used to study in a system where you were given an order. So this is the material you need to learn, and then you come back, and then it should match what the book says. So and you get your grade. So when you talk about the educating this creativity and critical thinking, what would be your criteria for success of the students? So I think I can ask both speakers this question. Unfortunately, not the third one because Mr. Jalalov left. Thank you.
So I think that, you know, obviously I would still have the traditional criteria for success, so that, you know, if you still want to learn about your physics or your chemistry or whatever you're studying, but you should also be able to look at things from different perspectives. I think that's really one of, and actually demonstrate that you can actually do that you can make connections with different areas, and you should actually be assessed on that, you know. So we don't have actually much. One thing that we're working on is to have a standardized test, you know, for undergraduate students, and, you know, so that we can actually assess to what extent, you know, they have developed their creativity or their critical thinking and their knowledge, and which very much relate to the quality question that was, you know, just mentioned before. So that's one way to measure success. But overall, yes, I would say that, you know, you want to see the change, you know, and to also see that after people have studied, you know, they can much better contribute to that they get good jobs, and that we have, you know, better economies and societies.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. Mr. Abdizhapparova, you have something to add?
Maybe,
what would be?
Yeah, maybe this question about cognitive thinking, which is applied in pedagogy. Yeah, how to learn students how to think about own education, how to think critically about achieved skills. It should be maybe reshaped in new forms, more suitable for nowadays students.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to turn now to the audience. If we have some questions. We have one question, please. I think we need a microphone.
Hello. I wanted to ask, how can we develop critical thinking while our educational process, and how can we implement the creativity and the skills to like make our studies, like studying process better understand? And yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's the question from the student apparently. And who wants to be first?
Maybe I'll start. Okay, there are maybe special courses at university in creative thinking. If there are not such courses, you can do it independently by studying special books, by training, by applying special methodologies. It's all depends on you, of course. It's all on you. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that what you should do is actually ask your teachers to give you more interesting assignments, you know, see if you can actually do some interesting projects. So actually that can be combined with the more traditional way of, you know, teaching and learning with, you know, traditional exams, but you usually have these midterm assignments, you know, so why couldn't that be used for, you know, giving a little bit more interesting things to do. There are a lot of things also that many universities try to do, and perhaps this is available as part of it, of your university, to have specific programs which are not degree programs, but which actually allow you to develop these types of skills. It's not, personally, I find it better when it is mainstream as part of the whole university program, but it's really how you can actually try to exercise these different things. You can participate in hackathons, for example, that are being developed in different ways. So there are some possibilities, if you want to do that. But of course, you have to, good thing is to put some pressure on your university presidents and your teachers to actually see how these skills can be actually developed as part of your teaching and learning.
Thank you. And I would also add what Muzaffar just told in his speech. You can always learn from your peers, and from your peer students, probably you can leverage much more by learning from your own mistakes and from your own experiences. Thank you. And I think we have a follow-up question, right? Can we, so we are getting a mic. There's one follow-up question. And I think it's the last one because we are running out of time.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I wanted to ask another question, how to think outside the box when it feels like everything is invented already and all the innovations are implemented. And when I try to think outside and invent something new, I find out that there is a way already that is already invented and can't I don't know how to say I just can't create something new. How to do that, where to find the maybe inspiration, and
I think that if you already actually see that, the thing that relate to what you're trying to do that exists, is already something good, that's a good learning, part of the learning process. But you don't have to think out of the box, because in fact, creativity remains in a box. What you're trying to do is to change the box in some ways, and push, perhaps it will at the end have a different shape, it will become something different. But keep in mind that, you work on systems, so that, for example, if you're trying to be creative in music, then it still remains music at the end of the day, and so that it will be a different one, but it is still part of a problem that you're trying to solve. So that's a very important aspect first to think. But what the more knowledge you have, the better you see some of the problems, and in fact, part of the thing that you would do as a researcher or when you become a high professional is actually to push a lot of new things, because not everything has been invented, not everything has been invented at all, There are many problems that we still have and we don't know how to do them, and we're trying to do things all the time, We're still trying to see how we can actually improve higher education, That's not a problem that is solved, and we can still try new techniques to do that. And so that's really what you should think of, is how to develop yourself as part of that process, and not just try to, create something that will be totally new to the world, which may come later on, perhaps.
And on the edge, you should like your business. You should be crazy about your business, and then you can find invention. Yeah, that's all.
And this such an inspirational note, I would like to end this session for today. And I thank today's speakers for great, insightful presentations. And we hope that it went well for our audience as well. And I wish you all the best and the good luck, and have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We all know that 2020 hasn't become an easy year for all mankind. So especially the biggest problem of nowadays that people getting unemployed day by day. And the pandemic has affected all segments of population, including poorly provided population too. It's not coincidence that the people who earn on daily basis has affected by this situation too. From the business side, we want to provide people with a good, cheap food. As we know, workers usually order for a lunch from fast foods and from restaurants, but the restaurant foods are expensive for daily eating. So we want to help people and provide them with a cheap and quality food with the help of our platform and our good cook. Overall, with our platform, we want to show that women have a lot of opportunities around them to find their place in this world.
Что такое Zeoforum?
Bu shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta-katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasi oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Zeoforum — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомства, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра Zeoforum проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Zeoforumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Zeoforum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Zeoforum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Zeoforum может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
Kazakhstan is a country located in the heart of Eurasia, appeared on the geopolitical map only in 1991. It is bounded on the northwest and north by Russia, on the east by China, and on the south by Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the Aral Sea and Turkmenistan. The Caspian Sea bounds Kazakhstan to the southwest. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. For centuries, the great Kazakh steppe accepted caravans of the Silk Road in oases of its cities and settlements. It was historically closely tied to the Silk Road trade routes, acting as a crossroads for the movement of people, goods and ideas between Europe and Asia. The capital of Kazakhstan and it's the largest business center is Nur-Sultan. The third megapolis of the country, Shymkent, is as a city in the south of Kazakhstan with an 800 years history, founded in the 12th century. Nowadays, Shymkent is a city of national significance, one of the largest industrial, commercial and cultural centers of the country, the third largest by population of more than 1 million people. One of the large multidisciplinary education institutions of Kazakhstan with a deep history is located here. It is Aizhan University.
Despite the fact that the universities have to provide the conditions to develop the students may actually become the drivers of development of their own universities. And this topic is going to be discussed by Aizhan Kul-Mohammed, who is the co-founder of New Pusti project, Camila Rolland, Education for All, Maxim Kiselyov, Skolkovo, Kate Robertson, One Young World, and Ayim Tleuova, PhD and specializing in nanomaterials and nanotechnologies. And the moderator is Zia Forum, Sevara Mansurova.
Good evening, good afternoon to everyone. I'm really happy to see you. And today we are at the 4th Nobel Fest at Tashkent Studio, which is located at Geo Forum Foundation. The topic for today's session is how can students become the drivers in the development of universities, and we are going to have a discussion on this topic. My name is Sevara, and I combine my student life with working at Geo Forum Foundation. Being an active student and a member of a student union, I'm the one who is truly interested in improving students' life and in getting some advice on how we students can become the drivers of university development. Personally, for me, students are the best power to change life at universities for the better, because we want to be trendy and want to make ambience around us trendy. So let me introduce our speakers of this session who definitely know the answer for this topic. And the first speaker who I would like to give a floor now is Camila Rolland, who is a founder of the Center for Inclusive Development, Education for All. Good afternoon, Camila. Okay, we don't have Camila as I see. So I will give a floor to Aizhan Kul-Mohammed, who is the co-founder of the New Pusti project, who is an expert in the field of education abroad. Aizhan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited today to talk about how students can contribute to the development of universities. I would like to say hello to my fellow panelists. I think we're getting used to all of this, online communication these days. And hello to everyone who is participating today. If you have a chance, please drop a question into the chat, because I'd love to address them if I have time. So to those of you who don't know me, my name is Aizhan Kul-Mohammed. I'm originally from Kazakhstan. And for the past 11 years, I've been working as a college advisor and an educational consultant. I help students from all over the world to to craft college prep paths that allow them to identify their needs and find a university that fits those needs, and then get scholarships and generous financial aid packages at US universities. My students over the past 11 years were able to get into top US institutions, not because they aimed to get into top US institutions, it's just because there was a good fit. And I myself have graduated from 2 US universities, and I have studied international education from an academic standpoint. So today I want to talk a little bit about that. Because I am bringing in an American perspective today, I would like to talk about how American universities allow students, create an ecosystem and platforms to get engaged with the university and contribute to the development of the university. To those of you who don't know, United States is the #1 study abroad destination for international students. So there must be something right that these universities are doing if so many students from all over the world for decades have been coming to the United States. So first things first, one of the things that contributes to US universities' rapid development is student engagement. And that being that most of the students at top institutions in the US that many of you have heard of have full-time student enrollment, whether that's for a bachelor's degree, master's degree, or a PhD degree. So why is full-time enrollment important? Because most of the time when you are engaged through classes online, and most of you have probably experienced it in the past 2 years, or if you are attending classes part-time, you don't really have that connection with your classmates, with your faculty, and the university at large. You kind of treat it as this place where you go, sit in your classes, take notes, take your exams, get your diploma, and you get out. But when you are enrolled at an institution full-time and you spend more time there, you build relationships with people, you want to contribute to the development of that institution. So that's first thing, full-time enrollment is really important for higher student engagement and thus, development of the university. The second thing that is really important is understanding that universities are ecosystems. And in order for them to develop, everyone who's involved in that ecosystem must contribute to its development and think of it as a part of that ecosystem. What I've observed, in the past couple of years, because I have also taught at a university in Kazakhstan, is that many of the students view a university as a place where they just come, for classes, and that all the other issues or things that they're not satisfied with when it comes to the universities needs to be resolved by the administration. But the thing is that in US universities, when there's an issue at hand, universities write articles about it for a student newspaper. They go to a student government, to people like Sevara here and say, hey, can you communicate it to the university administration that these are the following things, these are the gaps that we have identified, these are our needs, what are some of the ways we can address those? And it's really important, to understand that, to seize that responsibility, to seize that opportunity, to view yourself as part of the ecosystem, not just as a passive participant of it. So that's the second thing. The third thing that is important, and something that Sevara will agree with me, is participation in student organizations on campus that specifically focus on university life. Why is that important? So student government is your first taste of what the real government operates like. So usually student governments work as a liaison between the students and the university. They're not just doing events. So that's what a lot of people think. They're like, oh, student government is just when you do a bunch of fun events with students. No, that's not the case. That's when you act as that liaison and you advocate for the needs of the students. Because you're not able, let's say if your university has 2,000 students, not all 2,000 students can, cram into the university president's office and, ask for different things. And student government is that filter, that allows to survey students just to see what the needs are and then communicate it to the university administration. So it's so important, you know, to get involved with the student government, not necessarily as someone who's like running for office, but even just, you know, voting for student government, taking it seriously, you know, really viewing as, you know, the student government president or the officers as people that you can go to, trust, and express your needs. That's very important. So if you're currently attending a university, find a student government on campus. If there's you know, no such organization, establish one, you know, run as a president. That is extremely important. So from that, I would like to move on to another on-campus engagement that contributes to universities' development, and that is on-campus employment. So when you come to U.S. universities, you see students working in all kinds of jobs. If you come to a cafeteria, the person who's going to be doing your sandwich is going to be a freshman, you know, from a class that you take together. When you go to a lab, you will see a lot of graduate students working there alongside with professors. So students are involved in all kinds of jobs. So when you're enrolled as a full-time student, you know, when you're involved in your student organizations and you're also working on campus, you see there's so many avenues that you get involved with university life, which means that you're spending more time on campus, which means that there's more at stake when it comes to your university, because you spend more time there, thus you have more relationships with people there, and you care more about that institution. So if you have opportunities on campus at your university, you know, to get involved, please seize those opportunities. They don't have to be fancy jobs. Like I've personally, you know, did not work fancy jobs when I was on campus. Like I worked at a cafeteria, I would like pour coffee for people, but it really helps you to get to know the university. And when you see certain things that could be improved, then you are more involved, you know, to communicate those needs to your administration and find ways to resolve certain issues. So please get involved on-campus employment program or on-campus jobs. So the next thing that I want to move on to that contributes tremendously to universities' development is research. A lot of times when people think about US universities, they think that they are well ranked because of how great the teachers are, you know, or how beautiful the campuses are. Like all those things are not really relevant, because the thing that makes these institutions that you've heard of, whether it's in the United States or UK, is the research that they produce. Research, you know, that changes the world, you know, the research that different private industries use. So that is what makes those universities so well ranked. So if you are a student, whether you are in a bachelor's degree program, master's, or PhD, please, please, please get involved in research. And when you're presenting that research or you're publishing that research, make sure that it is in affiliation with the university. It would be amazing if you are able to do that research under the supervision or guidance of a faculty member at your university. It would be even more amazing if you are able to do that research under the supervision of a university professor with the funding from the university. I do understand that it might not be possible at a lot of universities due to limited you know, funding, but let's say if you win a grant from a foundation to do certain research, it would contribute immensely to your institution if you would do it in affiliation with the university. So please know that research plays a huge role in the development of the university. You might start small, but with time, you know, it's going to have a snowball effect. You're going to be the first one, let's say, to do research, and then it's going to be more people. So research is not always, you know, fast like student government, where you're able to do an event, you know, like in a month or so. Research takes time, it takes patience, and you really have to be into the research and like get to learn how methodology works, look for funding and all of that. But it's really worth it for your career and for the development of the university. The other thing that is very specific to US from what I've studied is fundraising. So, you know, US universities are the absolute best at fundraising, whether it comes from, you know, comes to fundraising from the alumni, you know, from the alumni network, or going out, you know, to companies and foundations and fundraising from those. To those of you who don't know, all the top universities in the US that you've heard of, they have endowments in the billions with a B. That's a lot of money. So if in universities outside of the United States, like for example, in my native Kazakhstan, unfortunately are not able to you know, boast the same endowment sizes. So for that reason, I think fundraising starts first and foremost with students. So if you are happy with your experience, if you love the time that you had at your school, when you graduate, please make sure that you are contributing to the university, whether it's financially, it could be a small donation, or through in-kind donations. Like, for example, you can participate in panels like this one, be a mentor to current students. And if you're a current student, please, advocate for your university to have better alumni network, like better alumni engagement programs. That is so incredibly important for universities' development. So, last but not least, one thing that I want to talk about is the importance of diversity and inclusion. I'm sure if Camila is going to join us later, Camila Rolland, she's going to be able to talk about it more because she is the utmost expert on it. She's doing her PhD on diversity and inclusion. But diversity and inclusion is extremely important when it comes to developing universities. And one thing that I want to highlight when it comes to diversity and inclusion promotion, because different people think of different things when it comes to diversity and inclusion. In my point of view, from the experiences that I've had with US universities, diversity and inclusion is when the majority advocates for the needs and rights of the minority. Let's say you attend a university where there is only one student who's on a wheelchair, and they're having difficulties accessing the building, the classes, and the university is not doing much, to specifically cater to the needs of this person because there's just one person. And the other students, are kind of ignoring this person because they're like, well, why should, let's say, like we should collect more money, for the infrastructure to change at the university just for this one person. But if you want to be at an institution that is on a global level, the kind that provides opportunities and just has a reputation of a global institution, it is your responsibility to always advocate for the diversity and for the inclusion of others. So these are the factors that will definitely put your university on the right track, contribute to its development and make it more competitive on a global scale. So that was me, Aizhan. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Please send them to the chat. And now I open the floor to our wonderful moderator.
Thank you, Aizhan. It was an inspiring speech with lots of useful tools that students can use and implement to their universities. And now I would give a floor to our next speaker, Maxim Kiselyov, who is a professor of practice, director of leadership programs at Skolkovo Institute of Science and Technology. Maxim, you are welcome.
Yes, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning for different time bells. Well, thank you, Aizhan. That was very inspiring, truly. Well, and also I appreciate the background that you have, which I assume is Martin Luther King's speech, 1964. It looks like that. But even more, I liked the background of your fixed picture because that was my dear Yale. I graduated from Yale years and years ago with my PhD. And still, this is not only my love and one of the alma maters. The first one was Moscow State University, but I'm the president of Yale Club of Russia that I co-founded with a few other people many years ago as well. My last talk with my Yale buddies in New Haven was, as a matter of fact, last night. But in any case, hopefully we'll be able to talk about that sometime later. Now about the students' enrollment. Well, what you've said, I certainly can subscribe to pretty much any position, but I will add something out of the experience. And Skoltech, if you know, is a little bit unusual institution in the field of the Russian higher education because it was founded by actually the Skolkovo Foundation in cooperation with MIT. And MIT is, so to say, the mother of Skoltech. And Skoltech, by its model, is entrepreneurial technological university, as a matter of fact, built around the innovations. And it imposes some even more interesting things as we speak about the opportunities of students to really participate in the development of the institution. of the university. One thing that distinguishes Skoltech is that this is international university and we have no Russian. I mean, this is only the English-speaking university. We have students from 45 countries of the world. The other thing is that we don't have bachelor levels. So this is only master's and PhD level university. But this is just for those who are not that familiar. And the final thing, which is crucially important for Skoltech, is that this is the integrated part of the Skolkovo Innovation Center, the ecosystem that you mentioned. So, of course, I totally agree. Any university is the ecosystem in itself. But besides, well, for the Skoltech, it is a part of the ecosystem of the probably, most known and the main innovation center that we have in Russia. And it so happened that I have been working in Skolkovo almost ever since Skolkovo was founded by the Russian government many years ago. And with this background, I can tell you, we can consider the students' involvement at, I would say, the few levels. Well, one level is, let me call it strategic level, when really students may impact what the institution is doing. And of course, what Aizhan told about the student council is really the crucial important thing as the expression of the student's voice in the principal and strategic decisions of the university. So we certainly have the student council, and we certainly have the representative or the chairperson of the student council who is present in the board of the university, which makes, which makes it possible really to consider a student's view and student's opinion in the most important decisions that the organization is making. This is one thing. Now, also, of course, I would say that at the strategic level, well, considering that we are not very usual university, we are very small, by the way. Well, incomparable in size with most of the universities, because at the moment we have altogether probably, like 1,100 students, meaning masters and PhDs. And it won't be more than 1,200. I mean, that was the capacity that was embedded into the project. But considering that we are about innovations, and innovations is this particular axis around which the whole organization is being built. Well, at the strategic level involvement of the students, we have their participation in innovations in various formats. Well, first of all, as a professor of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, I'm one of the 4 professors who run the obligatory as well as the main course from which everything starts for our masters, which is called Innovation Workshop. Innovation Workshop is something like very intensive boot camp, 4 weeks, but at the end of these 4 weeks, the students are coming out with a group project that later on might be developed into the project that would become a participant of the Skolkovo Foundation. Well, if you know, it's not that easy at all to become or to get the status of the participant because of the international, independent, and blind expertise of those projects who get the status of Skolkovo. And by the way, for our center, one of the ultimate goals is really to increase the number of these projects from the students and faculty who would become these participants of the Skolkovo Foundation. And to that end, even students' clubs, they might be considered as the strategic involvement because we have the startup club that students form by themselves. And we certainly support it, but that was the students' initiative, they wanted. to have the startup club, and for the startup club and with the startup club, we run quite a number of activities that further promote and further develop this students' innovations activities. Besides that, we have plenty of clubs, of course. Well, but we have 24 clubs this year. For the small university, I think it's quite a number, 24 for the size that we have. But besides the sports club and so forth, well, we have the startup club, we have the scientific journalism and scientific communication club, which is also a very important thing for the development of the whole organization. Now, let me get to another level, not to be too long. Another level is the level of the courses, like students' involvement in educational process. What students can do in order for the education they're getting be even better. Let me place it this way. And here, again, with the example of the innovation workshop, I'm one of the 4 professors of this course, but I was one of those who started this years and years ago with our founding president, Edward Crowley, who is now back to MIT, but we started that, oh my God, like 8 years ago. In 2014, that was our very first innovation workshop. And by the way, this is one of the courses, this is which absolutely impossible to run online. So for the period of the lockdown in 2020, we had no innovation workshop in September because we were all locked down. But this last year in September, it always happens in September as the beginning of the program. Well, we had it. And why it is impossible to have it online? Because we are in 24/7 truly interaction with the students. And we invite the big pool of international mentors, like from all over the world. Well, I don't know how will it happen for our next innovation workshop. We are now in the period of uncertainty, but last year we had 45 mentors from everywhere. Canada, US, Austria, France, Israel, Finland, Norway, you name it. This is one of the unique features of this course. But about students' involvement here, from the day one in this course, we require the feedback. And this feedback, well, we call it mud cards, like exactly in the way how it was called once at MIT, because we actually transferred this story from MIT also. But this feedback, well, is a very important tool to make things better. And certainly there are the rules of the feedback. Well, we want this feedback to be positive, meaning what does it mean positive? To really address the things that can be improved, but not the people, right? And the other thing, it has to be actionable. So we are looking for the real suggestions, how the things can be changed, as simple as that. Now, later on, of course, for all of our courses, as a professor, I teach another 3 courses a year. One of them is Leadership for Innovators, Business Communication. Well, how our education department called it, of course, it's much more than about business communication. It's about communication in the framework of emotional intelligence. But and one is the workshop called Critical and Creative Thinking. So, because I'm a psychologist, for me, I'm the only psychologist, the only doctor and professor of psychology in Skoltech. But not only for me, for all of the professors in all of the courses, there are 2 ways how really students participate. Thing number 2, they either select your course or they don't. As simple as that. And in my courses, I'm very fortunate because I always have huge waiting list. Well, we have particular.
Sorry, your mic is off.
Your mic is off.
So I said that either students select your course or not, but I'm fortunate that my courses are always overpacked. And the other thing is, of course, this is students' evaluation after the course. And the forms of the students' evaluation, they are crucially important again for looking for further improvements of whatever we can do. Now, the other thing, and here I fully support what Aizhan said, but students' employment, and we, as a matter of fact, I would say, are very much dependent, we as professors of Skoltech, we are very much dependent on students being employed in two areas, of course, in research, but also as our teaching assistants. Well, I, year by year, running these courses that I mentioned, well, I do that really together with my TAs. I wouldn't be able to do that without that. Well, first of all, I have huge classes, like roughly more than 80, up to 100 people. Secondly, well, we discuss everything, beginning with the syllabus, with the assignments, everything, what we do, and I consider that my joint work with my team, and this is also the way how students are involved and really impact the development. And finally, well, I would say that, again, considering the specificity of Skoltech, we try on our part, but the students do that on their part to, in fact, come out with this very meaningful projects in innovations. And as I said, well, the approval, so to say, of the value of the project is when project becomes the participant of the Skolkovo innovation system. So, and we continue with them in this capacity. So it so happened that Center for Entrepreneurship Innovation, where I'm a professor, really is this particular, I would say, like center of innovation development for the whole institution, what we do together with the students. Well, thanks. That's it on my part, and I'd be happy also to run into further conversation with the colleagues. Thank you. Sevara, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Maxim. Thank you for introducing to Skolkovo Institute and for some interesting facts. And now I'd like to give a floor to our next speaker, Ayim Tleuova, who is a doctor of PhD in specialty nanomaterials and nanotechnologies.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Yes, thank you for giving me a floor. And today I would like to tell from scientific point of view. First, let me introduce myself. I'm from Kazakhstan, from Shymkent, South Kazakhstan University. I am currently senior lecturer. And is it possible to share the screen, if possible, or? Okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that I have, yes, nanotechnology, nanomaterials background. So, and I conducted some scientific activities. I had fellowship in Prague, and I also make teaching activities. So that's why nowadays, like, I prefer to talk from scientific point of view. Like, if you ask the question how students can become scientific drivers to develop the university, let's first of all talk about general perspective. Yeah, like, where is university development, students, and government, like country development? Because nowadays the development of university is strongly associated with development of country economy, of country competitiveness. It is associated directly and strongly. So that when we talk about the development of universities, there are different factors that affect development of the university. It is not only students. We cannot look at that like only from one perspective, but we have to look from different sides. So first, I want to say that there are, in my opinion, like 3 main factors that affect university development. Factor number 1 is personnel, of course, right? The professional skills, competences of the teachers and their degrees, and their like professional skills mainly, of course. And then educational programs, like the quality of the educational programs. Are they developed like properly, let's say, and do they lie in compliance with some different framework for qualification in higher education system, let's say? Or for example, there are different frameworks for qualification, such as like lifelong learning, etc., etc. There are different requirements, yeah, that they have to meet. Yeah, so this is number 2 factor, and number 3 factor is scientific potential of university. Here I can include some facilities. Of course, it is like access to database, because you know I am from developing country, and here we have like a big demand to development of scientific potential of universities, and we have to provide good facilities, good equipment to universities, so that scientific activity of not only students but also researchers be developed. These 3 factors may affect the development of university, the quality of given education. And then when these 3 factors will be properly, let's say, working or carried out, then we can talk about the quality of education of students. And here, when the quality of education is high, of course, the activity of students will be higher. And here, teachers can start working with involvement of students into scientific research life or other activities, as previously speakers said very, I think, very precisely, like about involving them in university life, or for example, making some clubs by research interests or other interests, where they can share their experience, their knowledge with each other, which usually group projects make study much more interesting for them, and it will enhance their interest. So first of all, here we talk about increasing the interest of students in actively participating in these different events or research. Yeah. Also, I would like to say that one way to increase their interest in science is to let them do their research earlier than last year of their studies, because usually, I don't know how it works in all the countries, but as I know from my experience, I know that usually this thesis works, thesis topics, they get only in the last year, and they do not have much time to learn a lot of different skills, such, for example, nowadays, very important skill is academic writing, academic reading, and they have to learn this very quickly. And if they will be involved to research work a little bit earlier than last year of their study, it would also enhance their research skills and academic literacy, let's say. So this is one of the ideas. And another idea I'm thinking is that we could also give some diploma thesis topics earlier. Maybe they can choose topics earlier so that they can pay more attention to this specific topic, and they will gain more knowledge in what kind of problems exist in specific field. So it will increase their competitiveness in general, their knowledge, their literacy, their different skills, so that afterwards, when they, let's say we involved them, we let them be involved and we help them to conduct research earlier, this will lead to increasing their interest in science and increase their ability, or it will give chance to participate different conferences, which will lead to establishing collaborations within the university and abroad with foreign researchers, maybe even. And of course, also we have to talk about academic mobility, like internships of students, which also would increase their involvement. All these factors, of course, we cannot look at this differently than it is interrelated, directly interrelated. That's what I want to say, actually. And afterwards, when we have very well already ready researchers, already experts in their fields, even when they enroll PhD studies, for example, they will be already prepared for academic writing, academic reading. This will accelerate their ability to publish papers, to make it faster. For example, as an example, and you know that nowadays number of publications at university affects the university ranking in the world. And also, as experts before me, they said that even we have to pay attention to alumni. For example, if we get good experts in their fields, professional alumni, when they finish their studies and they start to work, they will bring all the experience back because they will have already professional connection, communication with professors, let's say. And this can positively affect the development of university. So at the end of my speech, I would like to again say thank you for this opportunity, first of all, and again say that development of university is directly affecting the study and development of students themselves, increase their competitiveness in general, and vice versa. When you increase the competitiveness of your students, it will pay back. So we will have the development of university, and development of university will affect directly the development of country economy. So thank you for the chance to give a speech. I hope, do you have any questions? I would love to answer.
Thank you, Ayim. It was an interesting speech with a scientific point of view to the topic of our session. We have a little time until we go on a digital break. So let me give a floor to our next speaker, Ella Robertson, who is a co-founder of One Young World. Ella, welcome.
Good afternoon from where I am. It's a real pleasure to be with colleagues from across Central Asia, a really important part of the world where I know that there are fantastic young leaders in the universities. I run a charity called One Young World. We're known as the global community for young leaders. So we find young leaders who are delivering social impact in every single country in the world. And I know that we found some fantastic innovators in Central Asia who are doing wonderful work that is on climate change, on education. And actually, if you go to oneyoungworld.com, you'll see that we just published our impact report on Monday, and we have an impact tracker, and you can browse by country and by region and see what young people in that region are up to. We deal with young people aged 18 to 30, so from undergraduate through postgraduate and into early careers. And what we try and do is accelerate the action that they are taking, particularly on the Sustainable Development Goals. A lot of people have good ideas and they get started, but how do you scale that action into something really meaningful that is going to last longer than, we all have an idea and can do it for 6 weeks or 6 months, but how do we make sure that it's going for 60 years? But also ensure that young leaders feel that they have access to whether it's politics, business, journalism, that the career paths that they want to pursue, they can do at an excellent level. One of the things that we do is that we try and fund young leaders projects directly. All of the research that we've taken part in shows that youth-led development is more effective than other types of development. Your average return on investment is either usually between $1.5 to $3 for every dollar invested in traditional development. Development led by young leaders, we find that the social return on investment is 16 to 1. So you get a much, much higher return on investment. I don't know many investors who would turn down those returns. So we encourage governments, businesses to fund young leaders directly, because despite it being very effective, the average grant, 96% of grants to youth-led initiatives is under $5,000. So actually, compared to the billions that are spent in development funding, very, very small amounts are going to projects led by young people. So one of our programs is called Lead 2030, and it's a $50,000 cash prize with mentorship from companies. And we're really trying to encourage people to take the risk and invest in youth-led projects. A lot of what we're seeing in development now is that we have to invest in people directly, and that's one of the things that we're finding. So I think when young people have access to capital, they tend to run very good initiatives. And because of a lack of experience, people tend not to want to fund them. But the reality is that their knowledge of technology, of use of social medias, of all different ways of communications are going to be actually at the cutting edge of all generations. And that's one of the many reasons why funding young leaders is a way that we think development could be done more effectively. We also feel that in general, credibility for young people is a real issue. We find young people who've got fantastic initiatives, they've got really good track record, they've got a good degree, but when they go and pitch to an investor or to the media or whatever forum they're in, they're not taken seriously because they're young. And we think that that's something that we want to change. So we work very hard to increase the credibility of young people through association with institutions, with leaders, with people who can lend their credibility to young leaders. So an example was we had a One Young World ambassador from France who had come up with a recruitment initiative that matched people with jobs based on their personalities rather than their skills. Because actually, if you think about being, I don't know, a dental nurse, that requires a kind of personality, probably more, you can teach them the skills, but if they're like grouchy and nasty, they're probably not going to be a very good dental nurse, even if they had good hand-eye coordination. Your personality is such a big factor in jobs. As people who work in academia will know that makes a huge difference into the quality of an academic. So it's a really good idea. We thought it was a fantastic idea, and he couldn't raise any money. No one was interested. He came to One Young World and he gave a speech about his initiative and was introduced by one of our supporters at the time, the CEO of the bank Barclays, who said, "This is Jeremy from France, and I think his initiative is a good idea." After he had this video of him being introduced by the CEO of Barclays, he raised a lot of money and the initiative became very successful. And we find that by adding credibility to young leaders, we can accelerate their progress and make it easier for them to access the capital and support that they need. And I think universities have got a lot to offer in this regard. I think, senior professors can add a lot of weight to junior researchers' research and so on and so forth. And I think there's a tremendous means to do this within university cultures. One of the things that we're increasingly seeing is that young students, some graduates, some undergraduates, are starting One Young World chapters on their campuses. So recently we had a meeting at the University of Cambridge. We had one at the University of Bath earlier this year as well, with students who haven't been through our program but are inspired by it, organizing their own day-long event and bringing students on campus together. And we can see that this is a really the students find it very rewarding, but also it helps them with their career job hunting, because a lot of businesses are involved with One Young World, and when they can see that someone was a One Young World campus ambassador, for a lot of people in their recruitment teams, that's something that they find exciting. So we hope to have One Young World chapters in universities all around the world very soon. We think it's a really, really great way to get young people inspired. Finally, I think it's really important that we really think of multi-sectoral approaches to solving the world's biggest problems. None of the world's biggest problems will be solved by one sector alone. You know, you can have the best academic vaccine researchers coming up with the vaccines, but if you don't have the right logisticians and finance people and public health educators, those won't be distributed to a population. They won't be getting in the arms of the population. Similarly, on climate change, you know, you can have a really brilliant person in the field, but if you don't have the right academic backing to make people buy into the research, then you know, it's very difficult for government to move policy as fast as they might. And I think that sometimes academia can become quite circular. Academics talk to academics about academic work. And I think that all industries could benefit from a closer relationship with academics, to more access to research, to more research-driven approaches to particularly policy. I think there are so many government policies that someone sitting in an office in the UK, in Whitehall, but in Washington, DC, or in any capital, saying, oh, you know, here's a policy, let's just do it. And actually, if they'd worked with the academic researchers in the universities more, they could have come up with a better policy or a different policy or a more sustainable policy. And so one of the things that we try and do at One Young World is we try and be a convener for not just every single country, but every sector. And that's something that I'd like to see more of. Is
Ella, excuse me, I have to interrupt you because we have 1 minute until we go on a digital break. Thank you everyone for your speech. It was really informative and interesting conversation, and I hope that all the students who were watching this stream could implement these ideas to their daily student life. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation, Sakensi Folin Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at the session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Что такое зеофорум?
Bu shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta-katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Зеофорум — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра Зеофорум проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они созданы исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидером.
Ziyo forumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Ziyo forum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Ziyo forum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Ziyo forum может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
Lately, perhaps you have heard about the NFT, and today we're going to be covering this topic. In order to understand what it is, we will talk to Mr. Alexander Mitrovich, who is the founder and general director of Unique Network, Irina Karagyaur, who is the Metaverse Unique Network, and Shokhrukh, representing the organization dealing with blockchain and cryptocurrency.
Great. Hi, everyone. Warm welcome to the fourth day of the Nobel Fest? Yeah, here at Ziyo Forum in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. So yeah, this is a dialogue on NFTs and monetization routes. Welcome Irina Karagyaur, head of the Metaverse Growth at Unique Network, and Gibran Abdurrahmanov, Chief Business Development Manager at QuantDart at the AIFC. Maybe we can start with Irina. Would you like to go first? So I guess our key questions are about NFTs. I mean, I think most people here are well aware of what they are, but maybe you can give us some insights about what your work is with regards to this, and maybe like any kind of value add that you see, given the kind of turbulent nature of the NFT market these days. And so, yeah, and like, I guess other like different routes for monetization. I guess that's what we're discussing today. So, and another question we're looking at is what can be sold in NFTs and why do people buy these? So yeah, maybe Irina, please feel free. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So NFTs, as many of you may know, are non-fungible tokens, so meaning unique representation of ownership of digital assets on the blockchain that cannot be replaced, or they represent a unique digital item. The explosion of NFTs began somewhere around December 2020 with the famous sales of people's artwork at Christie's auction house. And nowadays NFTs a word that you can see on the headlines of major newspapers, art magazines, all over the internet. First use cases, like for me, what we do at Unique, we look at NFTs from the perspective of long-term vision and development of this industry into something much more than NFT 1.0, when it just represents most of the time a JPEG minted on a blockchain. So what we do, we build an infrastructure on Kusama and Polkadot ecosystems that allows for scalable, composable, true third generation blockchain and enables new NFT use cases. What these use cases would be, time will show us. There are several really exciting projects building currently on Unique Network. Major primary use case is of course art, particularly digital art. And here's where it got everybody excited, because digital artists were sort of depreciated and in the shade for many, many years because simply they did not have the right way to monetize on their artwork. Oftentimes, you know, centralized platforms, they don't create the right environment for creative economy and for creators to really advertise their work properly, create community of collectors around it, as well as many of these platforms, they really take a large cut on the percentage from the sales of the artworks. And with the Web3, with decentralization and NFT marketplaces, things are changing for the better of creators, because now not only you can sell your artwork on large NFT marketplaces and get up to 98% of profits from your sales, as well as create secondary sales, as well as decide whether or not you want to rent or sell the ownership of the artwork, or you want to lease it for X amount of time. So really with NFTs, what the artist gained is the ability to exercise the bundle of rights that we exercise over physical property in the real world over the digital property. So it's, we have managed to start creating, because we really are still very, very early in this space. The favorable environment for digital asset ownership, as well as the open metaverse and a completely new economy, which hopefully will bring us to a better, more fair, more open world, where everybody, inclusive world, where everybody can monetize on their creation. And especially this applies to people who produce artworks, music, books, where copyrights are extremely complex to track and manage. Now with the blockchain, you can track the provenance of goods, you can track authorship and ownership. You can use block explorers and scanners and see when the token was minted, who minted it, how many times it was sold, track the wallets, and it's really becoming more open and transparent, as opposed to traditional markets and ways in which we were buying art, collecting art, as well as music. So we're really witnessing an amazing transformational point of history, where we all are part of the new web revolution. As Web 2, you know, and the internet was created in the 90s. Now we are creating Web 3 internet with a different way of monetizing, giving rights to creators, giving back to the community, and building completely new business models around NFT space.
Yeah, wow, incredible. Yeah, that was great to hear about what Unique is doing, and its huge impact on the NFT community. Maybe, Gimran, could you tell us a bit about your product QuantDart and how it's involved, and your insights with regards to the NFT market, and how you see the market evolving these days? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me. So yeah, I'm with QuantDart. I'm business development officer of QuantDart. So what we are doing is also unique. We are first crypto brokerage company registered and licensed in AIFC. As you may know, AIFC is Astana International Financial Center. It's a special jurisdiction with the English common law, which allows to work with digital assets. So to compare the two jurisdictions that we have here in Kazakhstan, we have Kazakhstani jurisdiction and AIFC. So regarding digital assets, in the civil law, we have a abbreviation of the digital assets, which explains what it is. And we have two types of digital assets. It's secured and unsecured. So Unsecured digital assets means that it's Bitcoin and Ethereum, and secured means that it can be NFTs, by the way. It can be some digital assets that can be exchanged to the real services and products. So only in AIFC, all services and transactions with unsecured digital assets as Bitcoin and Ethereum are allowed to do. So, and here we are doing a crypto brokerage. We allow to our clients to buy, sell crypto, invest in the index top 20 digital assets in the market published by CoinMarketCap. So we provide custodial services for miners. They can mine their coins. It can be Ethereum or Bitcoin, so they can mine directly to our custodian wallets, which are cold wallets. They are offline wallets, which is more secure, which is more safe. So, and how we are connected with the NFTs. Our management also is doing second project, which is NFT marketplace called Aripzhanova. So we already started this NFT marketplace. And regarding NFTs, I am personally have kind of several opinions on that, because NFTs right now involved with some kind of scams, and you are not you have no guarantee to be not to buy the scam NFT, or which is like alternative to the real one. So we have this kind of risk. But anyway, I have today, just in case, today I have read the article that first tweet on the like NFT of first tweet was sold by for $3 million, and right now the price on auction is the price on the OpenSea is only $11,000 or $7,000 right now. So it's like I don't know, maybe in the future the price will go up, but the expectation of the seller was to at least to get a $50 million, and $25 million was planned to expand, like to waste for the charity, to invest, to make transaction to charity fund. So that's interesting ways how NFTs are working right now. So you can be a millionaire because if you buy some kind of interesting project, which will be in the future worth more, like can guarantee you 10x or 20x profit, but at the same time you're at the risk that the NFT maybe was overpriced, or NFT was like not a real one. Because also one more case on that someone is the one more case that one person created the NFT and then bought it by himself using another wallet by like $1 million, and then published it on OpenSea, and someone who was buying this NFT was see the transaction that it was cost like $1 million, and someone bought it, and right now the price is $200. So but you didn't know, the person didn't know that it's the same person who is doing this. So, and these kind of cases are not like usual. So, and it's all about scams, and all about that Irina have mentioned, that if you have tools to to protect yourself, to protect your investment, to see all of the transactions, who is firstly initiated the transaction, who is really buying it. It's really all about this kind of things. So by the way, NFTs first, I guess it's more interesting in gaming, because you can buy the kind of equipment for your game and make your life easier. And in Metaverse also you can do the same thing, and also you can buy it, you can sell it. So these kind of games have all their own cryptos to exchange, to make a profit as well. So you may heard about Step In, the application which help you to make money by just walking or running. So also interesting project, but we see, in my personal opinion, I see the kind of Ponzi scheme. You know, it seems like if you only buying their sneakers or shoes, for 11 or 10 Solanas, so you can use that application and make money. So it seems like you're gonna be paid only by new customers coming in. So this also kind of interesting to observe and explore. Maybe I'm wrong, but there is a lot of things that should be explored and researched as well. So that's my point. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. I think, yeah, you brought up some great points and kind of are helping us move on from NFT art towards kind of NFTs being used for other mediums. So like gaming is a great example. And yeah, I think personally, I see a lot of kind of potential to put NFTs in, I guess, all other types of things, like any types of real world assets, and enable them to be represented on the blockchain, right? I mean, that's the main goal and the vision of people who, of the developers that develop these concepts, you know. Yeah, I think maybe we can, I guess that allows us to maybe move on from, that's quite amazing that since January, when I remember like the hype was quite huge, even here in Tashkent and I think all across Central Asia, that it kind of came over here, but now it's April, like in just a few months, it's kind of totally died out. And but maybe I guess the lesson and the point for I guess the youth here is that maybe think about like what value for society are you creating. So crypto and blockchain has huge potential, and like Web3 in general, to kind of improve the way we do things. But I guess it's like, if you can think about, is it something that you can actually use, like maybe in like a game, or if you can represent a house with an NFT, right? So maybe we can discuss more about how maybe your unique network or any other insights that you guys, that you have, Irina, about how maybe NFTs can evolve now. Yeah, so now we know that, yeah, NFT art is kind of is mostly, I mean, it's mostly useful, but it's mostly been a scam as well. How do you think it can create like real impact, and how can the youth kind of think more creatively about how they can monetize and get themselves involved with that?
I think we should talk more about the projects that are making impact, because simply oftentimes these projects just don't get enough press coverage, because we hear about the scam and then media picks up the news and makes a big deal of it. But there are many projects like the ones we're working with, for example, Digital Art for Climate. So this is an initiative that which aim is to mobilize resources, particularly young people, and help climate action. So create awareness, education, and most importantly, we managed to engage young artists from globally, and they contributed their artworks. Many of these artists are not professional artists. It's their debut work. And we presented this collection at COP26 in Glasgow and a couple of weeks ago at MENA Climate Week in Dubai. And we're continuing with this initiative with attracting attention to the problem of climate change, as well as involving more creative young people into this initiative so they can share their work. So first edition was digital art. Then we're planning for music and other creative mediums. The proceeds, so we're planning the auction off our first collection, COP26, of 30 artworks in June. And the proceeds of the sale will go towards initiatives that UN Habitat is doing on the ground in Kenya, and that a group of young climate activists is doing globally. And of course, the benefit here is that we'll be able to track the exact initiatives. And the future of this initiative is to form a DAO, a United Citizens Organization, which is a parallel organization to United Nations, but more open, more inclusive, that really helps solving problems, real problems we have on the ground, and really create meaning and impact. And we've seen a lot of people really, being very passionate about this initiative because we care about global problems as a society, as individuals, but what we want is to see real impact of each of us in everything we do. So when we donate funds and we create these big initiatives, with centralized offices and centralized teams, and you donate something and then you never know if your funds were really used for what you would personally contribute to, that kind of creates this distrust in the system. So with blockchain and NFTs, we can really create different approach to communities and to organize ourselves, govern ourselves in a different way through DAOs, through tokens, through votes, and make it all transparent and inclusive and accessible, which is most important thing. Then there are many initiatives that are actually starting to power real world projects like project financing. So we know that oftentimes it's very difficult to gather funds for, say, building a solar farm somewhere in the Philippines. Because usually a company that would take that challenge is maybe small, maybe doesn't have credit traction, doesn't have access to banking credits and large sums. So there is a company called Silta Finance that is using NFTs for credit scoring assessment, and is a DAO that brings together project finance professionals who can give a judgment on the quality of the infrastructure project, green infrastructure that needs to be built in the areas where we need to take action, and we need to improve living conditions and infrastructure conditions, and then put it out to the voting system, and then assigns a score whether this project needs to be, has all the right components to get financing or not via NFT. And it's a dynamic NFT that is being updated in an Oracle. So it's all transparent and you can see all the records, and you can really make sure that the team that committed to build this project is delivering on it. And there are many, many more things that we will see. There's real estate right now. There's a lot of attention to virtual real estate. And I see it again as, a sandbox and opportunity to many, say, architectural studios, especially, again, young people who don't yet have the name, established structure, and the capacity to undertake large, complex projects, but they have the creativity and they have the fresh view of how our build environment could look like. So they can experiment in the metaverse. They're anyway producing these 3D models in their studios for competitions, but oftentimes this is not monetized because, if you don't win the competition, you don't get paid for the work you've put on and your team, the very long hours that normally architectural studios work. And with these virtual worlds and the gamification element in them, a lot of the studios are jumping in and they're finding their creative path. They want to, you know, here you really can create anything. It doesn't necessarily need to be something that can be built in a physical space. So you can experiment and you can really take it to the next level. And this is something I personally believe we need to do, because we need to have, as a society, you know, to break through to the next level, an environment where we can experiment and do things, you know, just break through, just be creative without calculating the economic side of things, to then trigger real world developments, as well as like economic developments, build environment, our organization in society. So it's really what we are building here is a great, I always compare it to what the avant-garde movement in Russia did with the architectural space. You know, like Russian architects didn't have the chance to build Tatlin Tower or all this, you know, really revolutionary things that were designed on paper or built in paper models. But that movement shaped the constructivism, what Zaha did was building, all the basically 90s and early 2000s of the architecture we see today, and the greatest landmarks people travel the world to visit. So it's the same thing with the virtual world. We are at the point of breakthrough and experimentation. And again, we're very early. Still, like, there are many metaverses, which should be called actually virtual worlds, because for me, the metaverse is the open metaverse. So it's the Web3 internet we're building with different layers of interaction, like blockchain, AR, VR, hardware part, et cetera, et cetera. So this virtual world, they still need a lot of development, and we still don't see the layer of even like graphic quality. Because if you ask an Apple Watch designer, you know, if he wants to do really sophisticated design and include it in the game in the metaverse, he won't be able to at this point, because he would have to simplify his design to match the graphics in games. So there is so much more space where we could use holograms, you know, improved graphics. And I think that at some point we will have a few very, very strong companies who would attract, you know, who would gather talent that will create a revolutionary game. Like Axie Infinity has created a revolutionary game from economic point of view, because they managed to include people and give them revenues and actually help them during the pandemic times. So there will be many more use cases that will actually impact our real world. And considering that Meta has been investing really huge funds into front-end development, so all the virtual things, virtual glasses and things like that, you know, attracting more graphic designers, VR, AR designers, like that is a good part of what the company is doing, because they're actually giving the opportunity to these creators to do something and fund them. Another thing is that what they're doing in terms of centralization of the platform, and again, not giving back to creators, because roughly 50% of revenues goes back to the company. So there are pros and cons, and there are still things we need to figure out, things we as Web3 community need to improve ourselves and work on. And there will be, but it's really a space of opportunity for new companies and new startups. Because if you look at companies that have been in gaming for years, you know, the way they're using NFTs is still very centralized. Like the contract that comes with terms and conditions of what you could and you could not do with NFT is not really in line of, you know, openness, open source, reusing it in another platform, reselling, etc. So it really is, there is enough funding in the space. It's moving really fast. It's really hungry for innovation. So my call to action here is really for young people, for startups to jump in and just start doing something. Like what we're calling scams and that Twitter posts don't sell for the amount of money they were initially sold. Well, it's a try and error phase. I wouldn't call many of these things a scam because people were exposed to the new technology and they had the opportunity to do something. So they did, you know, they tokenized a Twitter post, or they tokenized an image of a monkey or green koalas or things like that. But because it was possible and it was new and nobody knew where it's going. And still there is a lot of, you know, open space for experimentation. And the best way to start is to actually jump in the space and do something. So whether or not things will have value, only time can show. And of course, if you're thinking of long-term, you know, financing and keeping your project and growing your team, and you have this growth mindset, you have to think of utility. You have to think that, okay, I'm launching this avatar collection, but can I build a DAO around it? Can I have a real world impact? Can I donate a part of the profits on my marketplace and from selling this collection to a cause that I really care for, maybe to my neighborhood, maybe creating my local community and actually improving, you know, a life of, I don't know, creative community in my city, or financing an exhibition, or, you know, anything you could think of, because it's really up to you how you decide to use this tool. You may have a mindset of, okay, I'm going to jump in the space, I'm going to raise a lot of money, sell this collection really expensive, and that's all I want to do. And yes, it will have, you know, short-term impact on your economy positively, but what impact it would have for you for the long term, on your reputation, on your company's reputation, it's a personal question. It's a question of business ethics, I guess, more than anything else.
Yeah, thanks so much, Irina. That was just phenomenal. I mean, I could really sense the passion and the energy in your voice about the projects that you mentioned, and the real value that you see from Web3 for society. And yeah, I think it was a great call to action towards youth. And I think, maybe if, so the projects that she mentioned, maybe people in the audience could write it down. It's one was SILTA Finance. It's pretty cool. It's kind of funding various infrastructure projects. Maybe think of it as, take it as an example of what's possible to be built with. But generally, if people in the audience want to learn about Web3, there's a great tool called Odyssey DAO. But there's just so many things going on, like lots of Web3 focused products coming out. And yeah, as she mentioned, there's just so much funding these days. Like every week I just see another like several $100 million allocated from another venture fund towards Web3 and crypto projects. So even though NFTs are sort of changing direction in terms of what you can do with them, maybe see it as like take it as a lesson in terms of like there's still lots of funding towards doing things with Web3. And that's still related to like making things happen with NFTs. So yeah. So I mean, because I also work in venture, I mean, we're also kind of co-founding this project called the Umma Finance. Maybe like just quick plug. You guys could check that out. It's pretty cool. But basically, just trying to do like halal finance towards projects, towards like there's a pretty big unbanked population in the world of the Muslim, I guess like Muslim consumers. So people who need like loans or like mortgages or car loans, just about anything. So just trying to kind of use stable coins to stake them towards halal financing projects. Yeah, so that's like another example of what's possible, and that's what I'm working on. So if anyone here in the audience or anyone in the comments would like to know more about that, please look it up. Feel free to reach out to me. Just look me up on LinkedIn or whatever and like shoot a question. Happy to like talk more about this in person or privately in Uzbek if that's comfortable with you. Yeah, I think that's pretty amazing. Yeah, maybe Gimran, do you have any thoughts on projects that you see are that are more valuable, like various stable coins or other Web3 projects that you think kind of I don't know, have much more value for society than kind of like what the whole NFT craze was about?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. You know, frankly speaking, it's all about dematerialization right now. So we see the changing the paradigms of the values in the world. So the new generation right now realize that it's too like complicated to get a kind of huge to get involved in the huge industries as oil and gas, or to be owner of the real estate, like to be a billionaire in that kind of industries. So now we have a new industry, which is Web3. You can own the algorithm, you can own the code of the, for instance, if we talk about NFTs. So what's the difference? Web 1 was only for absorbing the information that was created by the website creators. It was only like news and something like that, news portals, and that's it. And Web 2, we were allowed to create by ourselves the information, create websites, create information posts in Facebook or another social media. And Web 3, we can be the owner of the network. We can be owner of the NFTs. We can be owner of part of kind of Web 3. If you buy crypto, for instance, if you buy Ethereum, you are kind of owner of this network. So this changed the whole, as I said, paradigm. And also, I would like to say that, for instance, you said about halal investment, halal finance. So also in Quandart, we launched the first halal certified crypto investment product, which is certified by Sharia Review Bureau. It's most respectful agency which allows to certify the Islamic finance products. It only contains cryptos that are halal. And also we wanted to add NFTs in that product as an investment. So, but the one thing to mention in that, so NFTs, only NFTs with, so which not allowed to do in NFTs in Islamic finance. It's using faces, using animals, and the only thing that was allowed, for instance, it's just as an example, it's like 100 names of Allah, or only kind of written words in Arabic. So it's kind of interesting way to how Islamic finance also see the NFTs. So, and we see that NFTs right now are using more often, and as a investment, I'm pretty sure that it's kind of risky, and to mitigate that risk, in our platform we use KYC and IML procedures. What it is, KYC is know your customer procedure. Before you starting to invest in the platform, we should know what kind of client you are, what kind of experience did you have before investing in NFTs and in crypto. So it's a common procedure to know all about client, and to make sure that client is not using, for instance, if we say about IML procedures, that he is not using some money from criminal activities. So, and it's all about centralized platforms which can like guarantee you that you will not be involved in kind of scams, and you will be sure that all of the participants of the marketplace, as we have, they are checked and they are comply with the law. So, and that's main thing right now, to be sure that platform is working properly and all clients are clear and without any criminal history. So And for instance, in Artitioner, in our NFT marketplace, we created the platform for designers, for artists, for followers, collectioners, who is wanted to collect the NFTs, as Irina said, arts, digital arts. So it's a huge industry right now. I see it's not huge right now, but it can be huge in the future if we will see more impact from this industry. I really like the case that Irina mentioned about about involving children in the NFTs projects. So that's an interesting way to do impact, to do real impact to this world. So I think more good examples, more positive examples will really change the whole industry, and it will grow and develop in the future, as we see crypto market also developing right now. So that's my point.
Yeah, thanks so much, Imran. That was great. Yeah, you really added some good points about what your product does as well, and yeah, no, that's great to hear. I think yeah, so I think maybe like a message for the youth is think about, I guess, yeah, so as Irina was mentioning, kind of going from Web 2 to 3, it's kind of, and I think Gimra mentioned as well about how now with Web 2 is basically kind of internet, right? I mean, everyone knows that on the internet is a place where you can kind of make content, put yourself out on either like YouTube or Instagram, build your own brand, build a following, put out your portfolio. And there's a lot of ways you can take it, right? So it's all about being creative, like even on YouTube still, like, or on TikTok, you don't know what the kind of content that comes out and it's gonna like take off and go viral. Maybe think of it in a similar way, just kind of be yourself, or like think about use your creativity to bring forth something new on Web3, but basically with the guiding, with some guidelines, like think about, I guess Web3 is all about using code to as a form of trust. So like with smart contracts, right? So if we can place our trust in code and not other humans, other people, which it's hard to trust people that you don't know, right? Of course. So but you know that you can definitely trust code. So maybe use that and use it to drive your creativity towards that. Think about if you can have that like code be the guidelines for some project that you do. Take that and then maybe like as Irina mentioned with like architecture, go on Decentraland. That's one example of a metaverse. Yeah, design your own like house or like your own amazing like buildings and architecture. And yeah, set your creativity free, and maybe it'll kind of gain the attention of some people, and you might end up building a whole career for yourself that way. Maybe you can become like a whole metaverse architect. That's like totally possible, right? That's just like another, that might end up being a whole new career track. Who knows? And again, like with charity, that's also pretty amazing, because I think Zeoforum itself is kind of a nonprofit foundation. If you think about having charities on like with smart contracts and with Web3, it could all be kind of entrusted in the code. And so because it's all transparent, you can donate to foundations like Zeoforum and similar great projects, and just know that this is where my Ethereum is going, this is where my stable coins, my Bitcoin is going, and this is where it's being spent, and you know that it's doing good because it's all kind of transparent and trackable. And I think it paves the way for like a more, I guess, like trust. It's like trustless because you don't have to trust people, but that also means kind of a way, it's kind of a paradox where it also means you can trust the organizations and the DAO. So a DAO is like a decentralized autonomous organization, for those that don't know. So you can trust that itself instead of trusting the people who are behind it, because you know that it's all just run by a bunch of computers, simply put. Yeah, and I'd say like use that to take your creativity towards that. And yeah, what more can we sort of discuss with this? I think, yeah, so we moved on from NFTs, but yeah, does anyone have further thoughts to add? Maybe.
Yeah, I just wanted, I wanted to share it. So, because a lot of people would be like, okay, but how do I join the space? How can I create my own NFT platform? There is actually a way for that. At Unique Network, we created a white label solution that is open source. It's available to everybody. You can fork our repository. You only need the help of web developer, so somebody who is familiar with the website development, no need to know blockchain, and you can unpack very simple Docker in a matter of hours, purchase your domain and your storage, and have your logo placed and your NFT marketplace is up and running. Also, the advantages that we have is low gas fees. So currently, you would pay something like $300 for 100,000 transactions. That is a lot of NFTs to be minted. We are environmentally friendly. We're proof of stake blockchain, and according to the recent research of Crypto Research Institute, among all the proof of stake blockchains, Polkadot technology is the cleanest one out there. Hence, all our efforts in supporting climate action, and we're part of Crypto Climate Accord, Climate Change Coalition, etc. So we do a lot of work in awareness of carbon offset and sustainability and environment. And another exciting thing is that we are now releasing next week a nested NFT palette. So this is that exact next step and next revolution in NFTs, where you can create with your avatars a gaming continuation of your NFT collection. So you can, one NFT can own another NFT, you can send emojis from one NFT to another, you can build hierarchies, advanced ownership, and things like that. So as I mentioned, it's an open source. This is how actually things should be most of the time in the Web3. They should be open and available to all creators. So simply please visit our website, unique.network, or reach out to me on social, on Twitter and LinkedIn. I usually respond pretty fast. And if you have any questions on how to enter the space, how to join community, how to mint your NFTs, we have multiple workshops. We also work with multiple platforms. Some of them I've mentioned today. And if you're an artist and you're looking for curators, we're happy to put you in contact with the right platform where you can present your work and you can create collaboration, because really for us, it's all about inclusivity, creating synergies, collaborations, and bringing members of community with different expertise together so they can really find the missing piece of the puzzle and build something that they always wanted to build, something that is either technological innovation, something that helps social good, helps real world, or just helps you as a creator to get us to the next level of the art stage. Because we've seen the NFT 1.0, and now it's time to see the next iteration and the next big thing in the art world as well as NFT world.
Yeah, no, thanks so much for the resources. I just heard a really interesting fact about the whole Web3 space. So basically, if you look at the value generated by crypto and Web3, it's about $2 trillion, like just huge. And there's about 18,000 engineers working on Web3. So, and that means basically about, equates to about $112 million of value per person. This is by some venture capitalists. They put out this, this insight. And yeah, pretty amazing, right? $100 million per developer. So I guess that, if that isn't a great incentive to be a developer yourself, it's not so hard to learn really. I have a bit of developer experience, and I studied politics and economics in uni. So feel free to just look out for, just Google it honestly, about how do you do Web3 development, and it's really not as hard as it looks. So, and we definitely need more developers here in Central Asia, and beyond. It's totally not the domain of Silicon Valley anymore. It's totally decentralized. It can be from anywhere. Just if you have an internet connection, just learn it. like use your creativity to launch projects and yeah, set yourself free. Gibran, do you have any maybe like closing points, or we have about 3 minutes left?
Yeah, sure. You mentioned that we only like $2 trillion is a market capitalization of digital assets right now. So if you can imagine, it's only 0.5% of the whole total wealth in the world. So for instance, if the market will grow 10x in next 10 years, we also will see the next halving. As you may know, every 4 years we have a halving where mining process is becoming more complicated to solve the algorithms, to solve the mathematic kind of tasks is becoming more complicated, and the price of Bitcoin and other digital assets will grow. If that kind of process will happen, also the capitalization of the market also will grow, and we will see how all the markets, including Metaverse, which is using NFTs, using blockchain technology, will grow up. And also, I think it's a huge opportunity to invest in right now. If you have any ideas, any projects related to the digital art, you also can explore the Aripzhanova. It's a new platform. As I said, it's for designers, for creators, for content makers. You can start simply to by publishing your works there, and also you can be sure that all system is trustable, because we have IML and KYC procedures right up there. So, and yeah, I think it's huge opportunity right now to be a first, like a first man who is first people who is investing in such perspective industry, and so that's a great opportunity, and don't lose your chance to be a early stage investor, adopter. So all of these opportunities right now available, and we are living in online sphere, and you can be a part of this, or you can be just observer. It's your choice to be who you are in this kind of situation. So that's my point. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Yeah, thanks so much for the session, Irina and Gibran. It was an amazing chat with you guys, and to learn more about your projects and to give insights to the youth that are watching this about NFTs and Web3 and how they can get involved, and yeah, why they should totally not miss out from this. But and now it's time for a digital break. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Самая передовая учебная программа в мире по инновациям и технологиям, безусловно, лучшая в мире.
Для всех, кому интересно, как меняется мир и как технологии могут изменить его к лучшему.
Я Вивек Вадхва, и я преподаю в ряде самых выдающихся университетах мира, включая Гарвард, Стэнфорд, Университет Карнеги-Меллон, Университет Сингулярности, Университет Эмори и Калифорнийский университет в Беркли.
Меня зовут Тарун Вадхва. Я являюсь научным сотрудником факультета политологии Университета Эмори и Центра геотехнологий Атлантического совета.
Что представляют собой экспоненциальные инновации? Это целый ряд технологий, в основе которых лежит взрывной рост от искусственного интеллекта, цифровизации, роботов, датчиков датчиков до квантовых компьютеров. Созданная нами с Таруном учебная программа предназначена для молодых студентов, обучающихся как по программам бакалавриата, так и для магистранта. Мы также обучаем представителей бизнеса и генеральных директоров компаний с миллиардными оборотами по всему миру. В чем заключается магия Кремниевой долины? Чему здесь можно научиться? И каким образом предприниматели всего мира могут воспользоваться инновациями?
Экспоненциальные инновации – это лучший в мире ускоренный курс по изучению трендов в глобальных инновациях и предпринимательстве, который преподается для топ-менеджеров крупнейших компаний мира.
Не упустите возможность ознакомиться с передовыми технологиями и новыми инновационными методами. Узнайте о способах создания бизнеса с миллиардными оборотами и с триллионными доходами, которые улучшат жизнь человечества. Я Вивек Вадхва, и это мой Нобелевский курс.
Я Тарун Вадхва, и это мой Нобелевский курс.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Dear lecturers, participants and guests of the 4th Spring Nobel Festival, a world of exponential innovation, Sakensky Folin Kazakh Technical University, the general partner of this event, is hosting this year's festival. For 65 years of its activity, KATU has trained more than 70,000 specialists, successfully working in all major sectors of the agro-technical sphere. Among the ranks of our graduates are deputies of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, heads of leading enterprises, nationally known public figures, and athletes. Today, our university is one of the leaders of the national higher education on the national rating of the demand for higher education institutions of Kazakhstan, from the IAAR on the quality of educational programs. And also, KATU is the base university for digitalization of agricultural production in Kazakhstan. Our partners include more than 160 world-renowned leading research universities and research centers. Among them are the University of California at Davis, which is the second highest institution in the world of the agricultural industry, Agro-Polytech University in Europe, and many others. Today, KATU has started a dual diploma education in 3 specialties jointly with the University of Milan in Italy, which gives our graduates the opportunity to receive diplomas from 2 countries. Our university offers the opportunity to study at bachelor's, master's, and doctorates. Currently, the number of students exceeds 12,000, of whom 70% are studying under the state grants. There is a full opportunity to study in the military department. All necessary conditions are created for them to be qualified specialists. The university aims for a seamless experience in any format of education. For students, there is a printing office and a library equipped with an electronic system that has more than 1.5 million book collections. As Kazakhstan's leading university in the agricultural sector, we are speakers at the session of the Spring Festival represented by the chairman of the board of KATU, PhD in economics, Kairat Kaparovich Aytuganov.
Что такое зеофорум?
Bu shunday maskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. O'ziga o'xshagan kreativ, intiluvchan yoshlar bilan tanisha oladi, katta-katta loyihalarni amalga oshira oladi va faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Это фонд, где студенты могут найти для себя очень много интересной информации и найти ответы на свои вопросы.
Зеофорум — это фонд, который занимается развитием науки и образования. Но это очень сложно. Я для себя считаю, что это некая служба ремонта социальных лифтов. Наш фонд помогает молодым людям раскрыть свой потенциал, получить какие-то дополнительные навыки, получить знакомство, нетворкинг через погружение в разные проекты.
Loyihalar haqida gapiradigan bo'lsak, ularning nafaqat soni, balki sifati ham juda yuqori.
В стенах молодежного центра «Зеофорум» проходят различные мероприятия, такие как акториумы, паблик-токи, воркшопы. Все они создано исключительно для того, чтобы студенты могли найти себя, найти свое место в нашем обществе, а также помочь им развиваться в той или иной сфере, которая им понравится.
Также мы занимаемся проектом «Альманах». В прошлом году мы выпустили альманах молодых исследователей и ученых. В этом году альманах посвящен студенческим лидерам.
Ziyo forumga kelish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar, Ziyo forum bilan birgalikda loyihalarni amalga oshirish mumkin bo'lgan insonlar kim degan savolga javob juda ham oddiy. Hayotdan maqsadi bor, o'z ustida ishlashga qo'rqmaydigan va doimo yangilik sari intiluvchan barcha yoshlar Ziyo forum ilm-fan ta'lim-tarbiyani rivojlantirish fondi bilan birgalikda bo'la oladi.
Ziyo forum может приходить любой желающий. Мы работаем со студентами, мы работаем с ребятами, которые учатся в школах, мы работаем с молодыми специалистами. То есть, если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал.
The most advanced curriculum in the world, by far the best in the world.
For anyone curious about how the world is changing and how they can make a difference in it.
Hi, I'm Wadhwa. I've been teaching at some of the most incredible universities in the world, including Harvard, Stanford, Carnegie Mellon University, Singularity University, Emory University, and University of California at Berkeley.
My name is Tarun Wadhwa. I'm a visiting fellow with Emory University's Department of Political Science and a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Geotech Center.
What is exponential innovation? Well, you have a whole range of technologies advancing exponentially, everything from artificial intelligence to computing to robots to sensors to quantum computing.
Where we take the best lessons from science, technology, academia, and bring them together to show you how to use technology to change your world.
The curriculum that Tarun and I have created is meant for young students doing a bachelor's degree as well as PhD researchers. We also teach this to business executives. We teach this to the CEOs of billion-dollar companies all across the world. What's the magic of Silicon Valley? What are the lessons that can be learned from here? And how can entrepreneurs everywhere learn these lessons?
You will learn about the advances in technology, how they are overturning industry after industry, what entrepreneurs can do with these ideas, and how they are going to impact our society and government and policy systems.
Don't miss this opportunity to learn about advancing technologies, new innovation methods, find ways to build billion-dollar businesses and trillion-dollar industries that can uplift humanity. I'm Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
I am Tarun Wadhwa, and this is my Nobel course.
Then to go with slides, and then we go straight to the key questions.
Recent years showed that travel to space is already realistic. Can we say about the same about multiplanetary life, and when will we face it? And we'll have the professors of Arizona University, Greg Autry, he will speak about it, and also world-renowned theoretical physicist Lawrence Krauss, Assistant Professor of Physics, Nazarbayev University, and Bakhtyar Orazbai will be the moderator.
Hello, everyone. Good time of day, afternoon, morning. I don't know where you are. So, welcome to the fourth Nobel Fest. And today we have a special session about the multi-planetary life. And today we will discuss four key questions about multiplanetary life with our speakers. So we have, as it was introduced previously, Greg Autry, professor of space leadership at the Arizona State University, Lawrence Krauss, theoretical physicist, who also the president of Origins Project Foundation. And also we have Dora Aripzhanova, an entrepreneur, co-founder of Dalatech company that digitizes farms. And we can start this dialogue with first key question. So the NASA is launching new technologies to advance the study of space and extraterrestrial life. What discoveries await space telescopes like James Webb and WFIRST? So what is your opinion? So maybe we can start with Greg, Dr. Greg Autry.
Okay, I'd be glad to proceed first. Do you want me to go ahead and share my slide deck?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right, so I've got a brief discussion here, and then we'll focus on taking questions and interacting here. All right, great. So I am with the Thunderbird School of Global Management at ASU, where I run the world's first graduate program in business leadership and policy for space. And I'm also a visiting professor at Imperial College London in the Institute for Security Science and Technology. I think we're living in a new world, and I'm really excited to point out this incredible couple of photos I took the other day. I was flying from Miami to Charlotte a week ago on Friday. I was disappointed because my flight had been redirected in such a way that caused me to miss a dinner meeting in Palm Beach and not be able to drive up to the Cape and see my friend Mike Lopez Alegria launch to the space station. But as I passed Cape Canaveral and the Kennedy Space Center, I looked out the window hoping to take a picture of the Space Launch System, NASA's big rocket, sitting on the pad next to the vertical assembly building. And I actually caught my friend Mike flying to space on a commercial vehicle out the window. I took both these photos with an iPhone from the airplane window. I mean, what are the odds of that? But it does say a lot about the fact that we're living in an age where space flight is going to be a lot more routine. I've known several people that have actually flown to space this year, and I think within the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to see more people having that experience than have had in the last 70 years. So I've got a question. I don't know, am I allowed to take a question from the audience here? Or one of the panelists too? I'll stop.
Well, I'm not sure if we have a...
I'm going to ask my panelists. So what year did the space age begin? Lawrence, go for it.
Well, I mean, you're probably expecting people to say something like Sputnik, but I imagine you're in the late 1950s. But I suspect you're going to say it's much earlier, and so that's all I'll say. Much earlier. So I won't.
Okay, good. All right. So most people, 1957, when the Soviet Union launched famously the first orbital vehicle. I'm going for 1942. When the Nazi German government put the V2 out of the atmosphere, crossing at least what the US considers to be the space line at 50 miles. And they had clearly what a vehicle that could have evolved into a space vehicle. And that was the intent of the original founder of the project. But I bring this up because although technology is great and important in space exploration, the policymakers who control that technology and the managers are just as important. So Wernher von Braun once famously said about the V2 that it worked perfectly but landed on the wrong planet because, of course, where it landed was mostly Antwerp and London, where it killed thousands of people because of who he chose to finance his project. His venture capitalists were the Nazis. Luckily for us, he made a second choice and was recruited by the US government and eventually got us here, right? So we actually had some multiplanetary life experience. There were people on 2 different planetary bodies for 1 to 3 days, a half dozen times back in the 1960s and 70s. But the problem is we couldn't do that permanently. What do we need to do that permanently? We need, I believe, a few technological changes. We need some capital and we need some policy. On the launch side, yeah, you've got NASA preparing to return to the moon with their Artemis project. Now, what's interesting is they built a giant rocket to throw a capsule up there, but that capsule can't enter an orbit that will let it actually get to the surface of the moon because that system was designed for something else earlier, and it has a lack of reasonable service module. They had to find a company that could build a vehicle that was capable of transiting from the Orion capsule to the surface of the moon, and they've chosen the private company SpaceX. So far, it looks like they're going to make a second choice to work with the upcoming Lunar Gateway. But I've watched what SpaceX is doing down in Boca Chica, Texas, at the bottom of the United States next to the Mexican border, and it is intense and impressive. They intend, of course, to take people to Mars, and Elon Musk is backing the project, intends to make us a multiplanetary species that way. We've also got to have somewhere to live when we get there. So it's not the flags and footprints we did with Apollo, where people step out of their vehicle, collect some rocks, leave behind a flag and go home. There are people working on this. I am particularly impressed with a company out of Paris called Interstellar Labs that I work with, because they've been smart enough to figure out how to make space habitats a valuable commodity on Earth. And they've done that in the area of specialized terrestrial agriculture. I also think, frankly, we have to have nuclear propulsion if we want to be a multiplanetary species. It will not be sufficient to spend months in a Holman transfer that is only open once every couple of years in order to send supplies and people back and forth to Mars. They're just things that we're going to have. We're going to have them on a timely basis. If we have thousands or even millions of people living on Mars, we're still not going to have big enough industry there to build and make everything we want. Things like pharmaceutical medications that have expiration dates are going to be necessary, and they're going to have to be transferred reasonably. And transferring people through space with nuclear actually reduces their radiation exposure, ironically. Public investment in space is strong, but if you look at it, it's mostly the United States. That's that big blue section. Most people will be surprised to realize that Russia is the tiny blue slice near the top, 2.7%, a couple of $1 billion out of a $90 billion pie. France spends about 3 times what the Russians do on space these days, and that is a big question what we're dealing with on top of the unfortunate Russian invasion of Ukraine, complicating that situation. Private investment in space, though, is just about equal to public investment. So the $50 billion that the U.S. puts in is almost matched by private investment in 2021 and 2018. We got a whole bunch of companies there doing this work, and the U.S. government understands that in order to stay in space, it's going to be a business. And in order to be a business, we've got to be able to access resources on the moon, Mars, or asteroids, and add value to them and resell them. Otherwise, it will simply be something that governments do when they want to show off and think that they can actually afford it in their ever-shrinking discretionary budgets. It's also important that NASA established the Artemis Accords to reach out internationally, and right now there are 15 partner countries in that program to do this. As you may know, the Russians and the Chinese have made an announcement to do a competing station, and if they do that, I think that's a great thing. Nothing is better than competition to get countries moving, and sometimes the U.S. in particular needs the threat of being outdone in order to achieve great things. The regulatory environment is there, which is super important. I'm happy to say I was involved a lot in setting up the regulatory environment that'll take us to this place during the last administration, and that the current administration has chosen to maintain the Trump space policy intact. With the National Space Council reestablished, the decision to make the Department of Commerce handle the space debris mitigation appears to be backed up in the current Biden budget request. The general Artemis program remains intact, as does the Space Force. So it's one of the first times we've had continuity between 2 administrations, and it's odd considering the lack of continuity in almost every other realm. It's also important to see other governments around the world are getting this. And that is what I had to say about the economics of multiplanetary life. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that was a very informative presentation, and I guess Greg Autry answered two of our key discussion questions about the space technologies and space economics. So I will have one quick question maybe before we start with Lawrence Krauss is what do you think about the space tourism? Is it a good way to popularize the space technologies and get some additional budget or money for the
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And a lot of people see space tourism as either frivolous or a business model that won't be sustainable once perhaps there's a death or after people have done it enough. They also may see it as a playground that's available only to the elites, and there's somehow a representation of inequality that they want to stop. I'm going to argue that anytime you see a new industry, prices are high and applications often seem impractical. And it takes a group of hobbyist wealthy people often to move those technologies forward. When personal computing first became available, I'm old enough to remember that. There weren't a lot of people that had those. There were just a few people hacking at them, and they didn't really do anything useful at all. And it was hard to see where it was going to go, and you would have never imagined what we're doing here today. When I bought my first CD player, if anybody's old enough to even remember what those were, it cost me $1,200. Very few people could afford that. And there were like 4 CDs you could buy. It was pointless. But I loved the technology. I think we're seeing the same thing here. But it's also really important to realize that when you leave the Earth's atmosphere and you look down even on a suborbital flight, you see the precious thin atmosphere of our planet. You don't see borders. You get what's known as the overview effect. And most people come back from this experience with a fundamental kind of cognitive change in their perception of where they're living. They tend to be more dedicated to the environment, to the human community, and to moving us forward as a species. And sending up a lot of wealthy and powerful, perhaps even arrogant people to experience that reset, I don't think is a very bad thing. I think the business is very sustainable, and we'll eventually see, perhaps in the next 10 years, prices fall below $50,000 a ticket, which makes it affordable to the US middle class if they're willing to forego a car purchase, for instance. So I'm excited where space tourism will take us, and I think the practical applications will follow on.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very exciting times now we're living in. So we can proceed with the next question. Probably I can address it to Lawrence Krauss about the new technologies now that we are actually right now investigating, and recently with the launch now of new telescope. What do you think about that, and what do you expect to, what kind of discoveries we can make with those?
Sure. I think it's appropriate that I'm here virtually, because I think to a large extent that's what multiplanetary exploration is going to involve, which is virtual exploration. By far the most interesting things that NASA does don't involve people, and and our real explorations of the universe involve remote objects like the James Webb Space Telescope, which has just been launched. Now, I was looking at the questions, and I think one of the questions is what will we learn from the, or what will we learn from the James Webb Space Telescope and some other new bits of technology? And the answer is, of course, we never know exactly what we're going to learn, but we know what it's been built for. James Webb follows on Hubble, and I would say in some ways Hubble has inspired people more about space than any kind of recent human launch into space, into the edges of space, which is really all we send humans to right now. It's sort of, when we think of sending humans into space, it's kind of interesting because when the humans go up to the space station, they're less far away from the Earth than New York is from Boston. So it hardly seems like multiplanetary exploration. It's just hanging around the Earth. But where we really explore the universe is in things like the Hubble Space Telescope and now the James Webb Space Telescope. James Webb is about sort of 6 or 7 times more powerful in collecting area than the Hubble Space Telescope. But the really neat thing is that it doesn't look at visible light; it looks at infrared radiation, and there's a reason for that. James Webb Space Telescope is designed to look at basically as far away as we can see objects in the universe. But the universe has been expanding. And as the universe expands, light, the wavelength of light expands along with the expansion of the universe. It's a phenomenon called redshifting. It gets stretched. So visible light gets stretched to longer wavelengths. And the long wavelengths of visible light are red. And then if you get stretched even longer, you're infrared. And so while we look out nearby and see stars like our sun, and they emit in visible range, objects that are very, very far away, which emitted originally in the visible range, will be observed on Earth to be in the infrared range. So if you want to look at the most distant objects in the universe, you want to build a telescope that looks at infrared radiation, and that's what the James Webb Space Telescope does. Amazingly, launched once again without humans in space and robotically sent out to a little over 1 million miles away from the Earth, unlike the Hubble Space Telescope, which just orbited the Earth, out to something called the Lagrange point, which basically keeps it in a stable orbit, more or less always looking away from the sun and shielded by a light shield. So it can always look out without having the sun get in the way. And it's designed to look at to try and explore one of the deepest questions we have in science, which is, when did the first stars and galaxies form, and how did they form? The so-called first light in the universe. It took about, we think, several hundred million years as the universe cooled down from the Big Bang to the first stars to form. And the James Webb Space Telescope is designed to look at those first objects that are forming in the universe, the nascent universe, the earliest galaxies, because we currently have ideas about how galaxies form, and they depend on exotic things I work on called dark matter and dark energy. And but there are a bunch of questions. We see large black holes in the center of galaxies, including our own galaxy, and we don't really know whether it's kind of a chicken and egg question. We don't know which came first. And so the question is, did the large black holes form first quickly by the collapse of massive amounts of material, or did stars and galaxies form and then collide and coalesce into large black holes? These are open questions. But the other thing so that's a very fundamental question that James Webb will look at. But one of the more relevant questions, which is more relevant to the discussion at hand, is there's another thing you can do if you can detect infrared radiation. You can look at planets, because when planets, among other things, when planets go in front of their nearby stars, and we now have been able to see that literally with telescopes on Earth, you'll be able to, with the James Webb Space Telescope, in principle, you'll be able to look at the radiation that's absorbed by some planets that may have an atmosphere. And if you can look at that radiation that's absorbed, then you can look for things like oxygen, which is one of the interesting byproducts of life here on Earth. There was no free oxygen on Earth when it first formed. Life caused oxygen in our atmosphere. Now, if we see oxygen in the atmosphere of a distant planet, it's not proof that life existed, but it's one of the markers that you might be able to tell that perhaps life exists elsewhere in the universe, to answer one of the key fundamental questions that everyone has. Are we alone in the universe? Now, we will look elsewhere for life in the universe, and we already are. But again, once again, it's interesting, we're doing it without humans. We send rovers to Mars. There's a rover on Mars right now looking for signs of life. And I'm always interested to point out that we can send a rover to Mars for about the cost of making a movie about sending Bruce Willis or Matt Damon to Mars. And so I have colleagues of mine, former colleagues of mine, geologist colleagues, who say, well, in a single day, a real geologist on Mars could do what maybe a rover might take a few years to do. But the point is, we can send something like 1,000 rovers for the cost of sending a human to Mars, and technology, robotic technology, is getting better and better all the time. And so the question one really has is, what's the point of sending humans elsewhere in the universe? And the answer is, there's not really a good point except for adventure. As was just pointed out, if you're a billionaire right now, you can have adventure going up to a little can orbiting the Earth right now and come back down. And we are attracted to adventure. I once testified before Congress about that with Buzz Aldrin, and I think that's human space exploration is literally an adventure because people want to go boldly where no one has gone before. But from the point of view of what the realistic utility of humans in space is, I'm not so certain there is one. We are 70-kilogram bags of water. We're not designed for space very well. And we can send machines very, very well into space. Robots can exist without companionship and food or any of the other things that people need. And those little rovers on Mars, when I see a picture taken from the rover on Mars, I tend to feel I'm on Mars just as much or more than I would if there was an astronomer or an astronaut on Mars. But we will look, Mars may be one place to look for life, but there are other more interesting places, other moons of Jupiter and Saturn, Europa, a moon of Jupiter, and Enceladus, which is a moon of Saturn. We think they're frozen moons, but we think there are oceans underneath that ice. In fact, we know there are. And there are conditions that we think are ideal, perhaps, for the origin of the genesis of other life forms. And therefore, if we send missions, and NASA does plan a robotic mission to Europa, among other places, to perhaps drill down into the ice and try and discover other forms of life in the universe and really discover whether we are alone. Now, these won't be Martians or things we can communicate with. They're likely, if they exist, microbial. And but nevertheless, if there are two separate geneses of life in one solar system, it bodes very well for the possibility that life exists throughout the universe. It's ubiquitous and potentially intelligent life. Although the universe is a large place, and even if there's intelligent life elsewhere, the likelihood of actually discovering it is small. We can talk about that. But why would you want to live on, say, Mars? I know that my friend Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. I'm not certain why. I doubt he will, frankly. It's just going to be too expensive. And the point is that Mars is just very inhospitable. It's not like the movie with Matt Damon. I don't even think it's like the pictures that were shown. For example, if you were on the surface of Mars for a long time, radiation would kill you right now. So you'd probably have to have large structures that protect you from radiation, either living underground or large structures that protect from radiation for the long term. But if, for example, it's a much less inhospitable to live under the ocean here on Earth, but you don't see people doing it. And so the question I really have is, will we want to send humans? And I think if we think about it logically, as we want to become a multiplanetary species in the long run, we're certainly not going to send humans in spacecraft to distant stars in a single human lifetime. As I showed in a book I wrote called The Physics of Star Trek, it would take more energy than there is in the universe to power a spacecraft with internal fuel to get to a distant star at near light speed. We may send small objects, and I've been part of a program funded by a Russian billionaire, Yuri Milner, to send a 1 gram satellite, not satellite, 1 gram spacecraft at about 20% the speed of light to a nearby star, getting there in 20 years, so we can take a picture of a planet. It's unlikely to be possible, but it's on the edge of possibility. But that's the kind of technology you might imagine. But it seems to me, getting back to the virtual aspect of this whole presentation, that the best thing we might want to do if we want to have solipsistically have our own legacy in the universe is to send small robots and ultimately small intelligent devices, because they can exist for long times in space. And if we wanted to send some remnant of humanity eventually to a distant star or a distant planet around a distant star, mass is the enemy of space travel. You want to send small objects, and they could either contain all of the cultural information of humanity or not. They could, instead of sending humans, you might want to send objects that could build humans, that could literally build DNA and replicate humans on that planet. But there's no reason to send the humans in between. So I think this fascination with human space exploration is fun. I don't think there's largely a business plan. I don't buy the idea of mining asteroids. There's lots of resources here on Earth that are a lot more accessible, and we don't do those. I think it's mostly adventure, and you'll see people doing adventure. But I also think ultimately, when it comes to space tourism, and it's the last thing I'll say, I'm throwing out a lot of provocative things, is that, yeah, it's fun until people start dying, and people will die, and then the lawyers will get involved, and we'll see it become more expensive. If you look at perhaps the most well-monitored space exploration vehicle up to now that did repeated trips into space, the space shuttle, we found that about 2% of the people that went up in the space shuttle died. If 2% of the people who flew in airplanes died, we wouldn't be flying airplanes. And of course, that number is going to go down. But space exploration is expensive and dangerous. And it's more expensive if we involve humans. 99.9% of the cost of any space vehicle involving a human is designed to keep the humans alive. Much cheaper to do it without humans. And it's dangerous. And those two things are not going to change. Okay? It's always going to be dangerous. It's always going to be expensive. Less expensive over time, perhaps, but it's always going to present a challenge. So those are some of the ideas I wanted to throw out. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you don't expect having multiplanetary life in near future, right? So
well, no, I think there will be multiplanetary life. It just won't be human.
Okay. I see your point. Okay, maybe we can go to Adora, and maybe she can give some insights on the supporting life in space, and by providing food, right? So of course we need to for humans to live on another planet, it will be they will need some food to eat. So what do you think, what kind of problems humanity or we can face now when we will deal with growing food on another planet?
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, first of all, before I start, I just want to say a few words that it's my second time of participation in Nobel Fest. And last time I was a moderator, and today I'm a speaker, and not just a speaker, but I'm among another amazing professionals. So thank you so much to organizers for such opportunity. Today's topic is space, and I think I'm the least connected person among speakers to the space topic because I'm a CEO of the company called Delatech, and our job is to digitize farmers. For now, it's in Uzbekistan and CIS countries, but we have a big ambitions to go to the world and digitize all the farmers. Yeah, so many people actually think that space and agriculture are like very irrelevant and very far from each other topics, because space is somewhere there and agriculture is somewhere here. Yeah, but actually there is a big and very strong connection, I believe. Well, I want to talk about the company called Planet Lab. So I watched their presentation in 2013. Yeah, so they created these satellites, which are very small. They're like, the dimensions were like 10 centimeters to 10 to 30 centimeters, like very small. So they launched like 100 of them to the outer space. And what they did and what they can is they provide the pictures of Earth, the 5 million square kilometers of land and the orchards. Yeah, and I think it's beautiful. I mean, like generally what they did is like they taking a picture of Earth, of each part of Earth on a daily basis. And the beautiful part is that they make this information accessible to everyone. And their goal was that people from different areas, different fields could use this data to improve and to solve the problems in their area. It's beautiful. And this is how it affected agriculture. I truly believe that it doesn't matter which area you choose, but when you choose one area and you are truly want to learn, analyze, and solve some problem, it will eventually affect other areas. This is what happened with this case. So nowadays, what we can do is using this data, we can see we can get the information about the growth of the crop, the health of the crop, the growth stage. And for example, in my app, for our startup, it's a very significant information. So this really helps to solve many problems. So I don't know about your question regarding if I can provide food, but yeah, I think maybe with the help of space, eventually we can help to space by like providing food. But oh yeah, there is also this product. It's sublimatic drying, so it's like a special way of drying fruits. They usually use it for the food for the space, and now we also produce it for the here on Earth. So maybe we can add some, something to the menu. Let's see.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, of course, this question is difficult now to answer because we still don't know many things about multiplanetary life, and I think this topic and the discussion can be for hours. Unfortunately, we're limited by time, but there is interesting comments about the space tourism, and if this the deaths of space tourists will somehow affect the future of the space technology. Now, if will it experience some setback or not? And if we prefer to stay on Earth and send robots now into space instead of exploring ourselves, no? If, for instance, instead of sending humans, we can send robots, more advanced robots that can do our job. What do you think? Will it be a solution? And why do we need to send humans at all? Well, why would we need to go to the other planets in the first place?
I'd love to address that if I could.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I think Lawrence made some really important points. I will dispute those to some extent. First of all, in the industry being tied up with deaths, I think death by lawyer is, as he points out, a real economic problem in the United States anyway. We have a whole cultural issue with that we didn't have when the aviation industry took off. Yeah. But it is important to note that a lot of people died in early aviation. When the US launched the airmail program in the 1920s, a huge portion of the airmail pilots died. There was an air race from San Francisco to Hawaii famously, I think it's sometime in the 1930s. And 12 teams took off and only 2 of them got there. But I fly to Hawaii fairly regularly. So, that's a painful process that happens. I would point out, I don't think that tourists will go away though. Every year, dozens and dozens, hundreds of people try to climb Mount Everest. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars putting their own expeditions together to go do something miserable, inhospitable, and you actually have to climb past the dead bodies of other tourists who have failed to make it there. They've installed ladders on Mount Everest, unfortunately now, to make it easier for people to get through the more difficult portions of the ascent faster. But people keep going. They lose their thumbs and toes, and they go back and do it again. So I think that perhaps insane compulsion to be adventurous, something that's part of our evolutionary heritage to make us expand our species and our biosphere, is fundamental. So I think we're going to do this. I agree that the best day on Mars is worse than the worst day on Antarctica, and you have to think about that. I am still convinced, though, that unfortunately, looking at the last few years of COVID and the new generation, there are people who are willing to live in indoor environments almost exclusively, and I think we'll see that that social evolutionary trend move forward to the point where it will be possible to do that. The question is why, and is there a reason to do it? Elon's argument that we need to be a multiplanetary species because our species and our biosphere need a backup plan, I believe is valid. There are a number of potential human-caused disasters that could threaten our species and our biosphere, from climate change to nanobots or AIs or pandemics. And then there are natural problems, not just the asteroid everybody thinks about, but super volcanoes and massive solar flares and things that could definitely cause mass extinction on Earth and have in the biological record many times. So I think there are reasons. I think it's expensive and hard, but it will be interesting to observe.
Okay, look, let me respond. Those are all valid points, and I also don't think space tourism will end. I do think there'll always be people who are willing to kill themselves to do stuff. And I actually happen to, although it sounds macabre to say it, I actually think one of the reasons human space exploration intrigues people so much is the possibility that people will die. And that's exciting. And people like to see whether they're going to survive. I mean, that's part of it's part of the macabre excitement. I remember I was old enough to watch Apollo, and the tension when that was happening was just remarkable. I think and I do think that there will be people willing. In fact, I know there will be people willing to take one-way trips to Mars, which by far are probably the most economically viable version of traveling to Mars. You're one. I know that I wrote about one-way trips to Mars 15 years ago in the New York Times, and I know that everyone you ask almost is willing to take one. It's a huge number of people are willing to go one way. It's remarkable. Until I think it actually becomes a reality, then I think probably fewer people will do it, but some people do it. But that's different than becoming a multiplanetary species. Having a few people on Mars that are willing to do it is a proof of principle. But having a viable, sustainable civilization on Mars is science fiction, and I suspect it one day happen. And I buy the argument, which has sort of gone well before Elon, that we should hedge our bets as a human species. That the Earth is a target for asteroids, among other things, and if you want to preserve the species, you should spread out, and that's a possibility. But I should also say that we can do a lot more to protect humanity on Earth than we're doing from almost all of the dangers that you talked about. And I think it's probably, the Earth is a known habitable planet, and it's probably worth exploiting that fact as much as we can to make it as habitable as possible, to protect ourselves from a variety of the threats that we can do. And as I have said before, I think that the example of living under the oceans is a good example. It's a lot easier to live under the oceans than it is to go to Mars. So I think that, there are reasons that you want to hedge your bets. And I do think space tourism will continue. I still think it'll be a playground mostly for the rich for the near-term future. I don't see space business, except for near-Earth orbits, which is viable now. I don't yet see the business plan for mining asteroids. I think the investment is just so great, and the return so small, so far in the future, that I don't think it can be done without government. But those things will happen, and I think, and I have no doubt we'll continue to send people into space. But I do want to point out that the most interesting science that we do as a human species, learning about the universe, will always be done, I think, by non-humans, and just because it's so much cheaper and more viable to do it. But I applaud those people who are trying to explore new technologies and new options, and that's one of the reasons why I got involved in that little 1-gram spacecraft, just to see what the new technologies might be. And we need to dream, and space certainly inspires. As a young man, I stayed home from school to watch the Apollo missions. I wanted to be an astronaut, and I think that is probably the most useful aspect of humans in space, is inspiring young people to dream. And maybe that's a good enough reason, I suppose.
It's a good dream, right? To imagine yourself living on Mars, for example. Okay, so thank you. I thank all of the speakers. It was a very nice discussion. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, and thank you, everyone. Thanks. And
thanks for hospitality and the other speakers too. I enjoyed listening.
Yeah, it was quite
great.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you all on Mars.
For sure.
We'll be on Mars.
Here we go. Okay, nice to meet you, Dora.
Новая учебная программа в мире по инновациям и технологиям, безусловно, лучшая в мире.
Для всех, кому интересно, как меняется мир и как технологии могут изменить его к лучшему.
Я Вивек Вадхва, и я преподаю в ряде самых выдающихся университетах мира, включая Гарвард, Стэнфорд, Университет Карнеги-Меллон, Университет Сингулярности, Университет Эмори и Калифорнийский университет в Беркли.
Меня зовут Тарун Вадхва. Я являюсь научным сотрудником факультета политологии Университета Эмори и Центра геотехнологий Атлантического совета.
Что представляют собой экспоненциальные инновации? Это целый ряд технологий, в основе которых лежит взрывной рост от искусственного интеллекта, цифровизации, роботов, датчиков до квантовых компьютеров. Созданная нами с Таруном учебная программа предназначена для молодых студентов, обучающихся как по программам бакалавриата, так и для магистранта. Мы также обучаем представителей бизнеса и генеральных директоров компаний с миллиардными оборотами по всему миру. В чем заключается магия Кремниевой долины? Чему здесь можно научиться? И каким образом предприниматели всего мира могут воспользоваться инновациями?
Экспоненциальные инновации – это лучший в мире ускоренный курс по изучению трендов в глобальных инновациях и предпринимательстве, который преподается для топ-менеджеров крупнейших компаний мира.
Не упустите возможность ознакомиться с передовыми технологиями и новыми инновационными методами. Узнайте о способах создания бизнеса с миллиардными оборотами и с триллионными доходами, которые улучшат жизнь человечества. Я Вивек Вадхва, и это мой Нобелевский курс.
Я Тарун Вадхва, и это мой Нобелевский курс.
Что такое Зеофорум?
Bu shunday emaskanki, u bilan birga va bu yerda har bir yosh, har bir talaba o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlariga erisha oladi. Faqatgina kelajakda emas, balki hozir ham yurt rivojiga o'z hissasini qo'sha oladi.
Зеофорум может приходить любой желающий. Если вы стремящийся человек к высокому, стремящийся человек к развитию, приходи к нам, давай вместе помогать друг другу и реализовывать твой и совместный потенциал. Вот и завершился четвертый завершающий день Нобелевского фестиваля.
We have completed the fourth day of the Nobel Fest. I would like to thank all of the participants and those who have viewed us, who have followed us. Thank you so much to our partners. Thank you to Coca-Cola. Thank you to the farm. Thank you to Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Germany, Georgia and Uzbekistan. We've been glad to work with you, and hopefully we will meet you soon during the 5th Nobel Fest. And I would like to wish you be healthy, prosperous, and keep developing yourselves. And only the person who has aspiration for the future has chances for a better life. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us during the 4 days with us. And today we could say that the Nobel Fest has provided us with 60 different events, and we have arranged the Nobel Prize winners and the global leaders and innovators. And we have listened to Robert Sophia, and we have invited Mr. George. We have gathered together most famous and prominent professionals, and the only one aim we had was how to make sure that the global knowledge is accessible. And we, within the framework of the Nobel Fest, create students all around the world, and we would like the content of the festival be localized and be able to be offered to you at home. We're not saying goodbye, and we will see each other in October this year during the new Jubilee Nobel Fest. And we've been preparing the most interesting program for you, the most interesting presenters, and we shall look forward to meet you soon at the Nobel Fest. And we have prepared the lectures for you, so starting from the 18th of April all the way through the 22nd of April, you will have the chance to listen to the lectures of the Nobel Prize winners being provided in different languages. So please get registered at Nobel Fest, and we will do the best program for you in October of this year. Dear friends, I'd like to thank you for being with us for 4 days, and we will get back to you in October during the 5th Nobel Fest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak.
Goodbye.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Murod, and thank you all. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо большое
Спасибо.
за участие.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you, Raj.
And we finish now our session.
Вот и подходит к концу первая часть 4-го
So
Нобелевского.
the first part of the 4th Nobel Fest is coming to its end. I would like to thank all of the viewers and for participation. Hopefully you have opened a lot new regarding the universe and how cardinal our life is going to be. Cardinally, our life is going to be changing. So you shall wait. You shall have a chance to listen to the lectures of the 14 Nobel Prize winners who will talk to you about the most prominent scientific openings and discoveries.
Napoleon Ferrara and many others. Thank you to our partners for the support. Coca-Cola Company, South Kazakhstan University, named after Awezov, Kazakh Agro-Technical University, named after Seyfulin, Akimatov Nursultan, Altyn Karan Foundation, Chevron Corporation, Beryl Media Group, and investment group Q3 Worldwide, as well as Republican newspaper Bilim de Yel. We expect you on April 18 at 3 p.m. at the Nobel Lectures Week. The agenda is available at our website. Thank you for being with us. See you soon.